Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. Indeed, it is the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Lamu. It is now exactly 1 minute and a half past 6. An amazing day it is, the 9th day of January 2026. And it is Friday. So I'm very, very excited that for the first time this year, I'm actually going to get a break from work. But it is because I've been nursing this very nasty cold. Thank God it's coming to an end. Hopefully on Monday I shall come back bigger, better, rejuvenated. But today it doesn't mean that it's going to be a dull day. No. Just because my nose is deciding to be stuffy, it doesn't mean that we can't have a good time. So that means if you're watching us from wherever you are, please let us know. We have a new frequency in town that is 89.5 FM. It's in Garissa. So if you're watching us or listening to us from Garissa on that particular frequency, tungependa kujua mambo yako namna gani, but so far so good. We've been getting good feedback as far as that is concerned. I know a couple of you that have been in that particular area telling us that it is crisp, and that is exactly what we'd love to hear. In Mombasa, it's 90.7. Mwambaje mko namna gani, mliamka vipi, mlilalaje? Tafadhali mtueleze na mtuambie huko Mombasa makule pwani, mnatusikiza kutoka pande gani? Tungependa kuwapatia salamu za mapenzi za 30, au sio? You can also find us on our social media spaces. That is at Radio Gen KE across all of them. So that's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. By the way, we have a very, very vibrant community on TikTok. If you'd like to engage us, it is at Radio Gen KE. Get to see what we do there. Get to see our pictures, our photos, our videos, our pranks, our what are they called? Our dance moves, challenges, everything that TikTok is all about. You'll definitely find it there. But right now, though, on the People's Breakfast, kama kawaida tunakuanga na jamaa moja anaitwa City Muga. City, habari asubuhi my brother.
Salama kaka, uko mzima?
Mimi niko salama tena sana. Yeah, I can see pia wewe Friday is doing you good.
Friday?
Yeah.
Why is it only Friday? That's doing me good.
Every day does you good, but Friday is Inakaleo Friday. It's like there's something special that is going to happen after this show today.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
The excitement I saw you walk in with, when you walked into the office, I was like, Leo ni ile siku.
Actually, your cold has cleared.
Yes, it has.
Because I have been this chirpy from Monday, and you...
Are you saying that my cold had clouded my vision?
Yes, it had clouded your vision.
Yeah.
And it was interfering with your thinking.
Let me tell you.
The cold does that. A cold is oppressive.
It is.
It's pretty oppressive.
I hate, of all the illnesses that can afflict a person, cold is one of the ones that I hate the most. Yes, sipendi. I don't mind getting diarrhea. I don't mind getting what is it called? Kuna zingine kweli watu wanapatanga isipokuwa hizo. Those are the common ones.
I wouldn't know.
Za tumbo na za mafua.
You know, you seem to be somebody who has an arrangement and understanding with the illnesses.
Yeah.
So you even have preferences.
No, but on a serious note,
I don't have preferences.
You see something like a stomach upset. That is something you can sort in a couple of hours, maybe 2 days at the most. Yes, yes. Because number one, you can take medicine. You can even take medicine to stop something like, kuendesha. Lakini homa, my friend, the only thing you can do is just treat the symptoms. You have a headache, take painkillers. You have a running nose, take antihistamines. That is the only thing you can do. You have a fever, you take an analgesic. Lakini ingine inaitwa homa, the other symptoms of feeling groggy and feeling fatigued. There's nothing you can do about that one. You just have to live through it.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I hate a cold. It makes even the smallest of kabaridi to temperature changes. It makes you feel as though you have been thrown into the Arctic.
Kabisa.
Yeah. You sleep, you're sweating, and you're wondering what is this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pole.
Asante sana, City.
Asante
sana. All right, like I was telling our audience, we have a good lineup today as far as the conversations are concerned. Amazing guests as well. If you want to know who these people are, why don't you check out our social media spaces in case you're wondering, you will get it exactly there. Now, being the 9th day of January, let me tell you what is significant about this day in history. 2 young boys in 1993. 2 young boys are charged with the murder of a 2-year-old James Bulger in Liverpool, England. A shocking case that drew international attention. I watched a couple of documentaries on this particular story, and from different media houses. I think BBC did one, Sky did another one, and then of course private investigators have done their own and they've posted it on social media. This was one of, like, when you watch the story unfold and the narrator telling the story, it's just one of those things that really breaks your heart. Yeah. But yeah, it happened in England. That is in 1993. Then another situation that also took place, or rather something else that took place on this particular day. In 1916, this is about a decade ago, sculptor Rembrandt Bugatti, brother of automobile designer Ettore Bugatti, dies by suicide in Turin, Italy at the age of 31. Yeah, 1962, American astronaut John Glenn orbits the Earth for the first time aboard Friendship 7, becoming the first American to do so. The space race in the 1960s was great. Was
Phenomenal.
Yes, it revolutionized a lot of things, including invention of technologies that perhaps if that hadn't happened, we wouldn't be having them. Some of them today. Probably they would have been invented for sure, but much later in life. So this is one of those things you actually watch. Because for them it was a competition between America and the Soviet Union. Who had the most might over the other.
There was that little detail, yes.
Yeah. Na venye unajua nani ndio walikuwa kwanza kwenda huko space, the Russians, yes. And that's when America was like, something has got to give. And they said, the Russians have gone to space, we will go to the moon. And that's how vitu kama microwaves, by the way, were invented during this particular period. If that wasn't the case, perhaps the microwave technology would have been invented much later in life. So yeah, significant events.
To be of interest, it might be of interest. Some of you may have heard of the word Sputnik.
Sputnik, yes.
Yes, they are young. Well, they were young then. Children who are called Sputnik or Sputnik, as you call it.
Yes.
1957.
Right.
That was the first, artificial satellite that was launched into space by the Russians.
It was the size of a television.
Yes.
Right.
So indeed, they did something that others hadn't thought of, hadn't considered.
When I say television, a lot of people know this. The televisions are squeezy. That time when I say television, it was probably the size of your current microwave in the house, if you do have one.
It was black and white.
Yeah.
The thing that why I mentioned this. Is something that the world, many people may not understand or know. After the Second World War.
Yeah. The one that ended in 1945.
Yes. One of the things that the Allies did.
Right.
They more or less divided or shared the German scientists. Some German scientists went to America.
Yes.
Some German scientists went to the USSR.
The likes of Oppenheimer, the likes of Einstein.
The foremost thinkers of the time when it came to research.
Yes.
Pure science, even healthcare medicine, were actually Germans. Yes. If you look at the German war machinery in 1945, and the things that they had, the superiority of their planes, this is a factor of invention.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Strategic thinking.
Yeah.
So when you hear of the remarkable changes that took place over that period of time, you have to go back into history and understand that some of the greatest contributors had been scientists who had been taken from where? Germany.
Yeah. And there's a guy, what's his name? He's Russian. I'll remember his name and then I'll definitely share his name. He's the guy who actually conceptualized this whole idea of getting into space way before anyone else was thinking about it. Before people even started thinking about how do we get to that place called the space. He's the one who actually even came up with the concept of what would be needed to just leave the what is it called, the gravitational pull of the Earth. And again, I like watching some of these things, and they're very fascinating, interesting facts you get to read about people you never even knew. And it's interesting, we know the name of serial killers, politicians, people who've done atrocities on Earth, but we do not know the people who've actually helped revolutionize technology. And it's something that perhaps we need to rethink going forward. All right, and we start celebrating people who've actually helped us get to where we are in terms of humanity and what we have achieved.
But by the way, if you are talking about the conceptualization of just basic space travel,
right,
it began much earlier than that. Because if you are talking about just the mention of it and the thinking of it.
Yeah.
It goes back to the 2nd century AD. Greece. Yes, that's how far it goes back.
Right.
And other people just built on the ideas. Remember, it was sheer and pure imagination at that particular point in time.
Yeah.
But other people built on it. Then the theories that made it possible, that's where you come in with the gravitational pull and things like that. Then it became a reality. Most things that are attributed to a single individual are never really the work of a single individual.
True.
Very rarely.
True. Yeah. It is ideas built on others.
Over time. And
right.
then this person was probably the one who was able to get to should we say
put everything together
and then make it workable as a unit. But the components and the people who came up with the ideas are often not mentioned.
True.
Yes.
True. And during that time you mentioned, you're talking about those centuries, the first centuries after the death of Christ. Those times, but they're coming up with ideas of even just wanting to leave the earth.
It could get you killed.
People were actually killed.
It could get you killed.
Yeah.
It was considered heresy.
Exactly.
And immediately after that, when people thought they were a little more enlightened, that's when they determined the earth was flat. You dare say it was spherical. Where?
That is when the church killed a lot of people just because how dare you go against what creation is all about? How dare you think there's something beyond this earth? And that was crazy, man.
What often happens, there's somebody who's remembered because of his novels.
Yes.
Somebody called Jules Verne. Okay?
Yes.
Now, he was a fictional writer, but he wasn't the first one to write about traveling to the moon.
Yes.
There were people like Johannes Kepler, okay? There were people like Cyrano de Bergerac.
Yes.
These are people who wrote books, meaning they took their imagination and put it into the written form.
Kepler actually has what is it called? Do I call it a spaceship? Not a spaceship. There's something in space named after him. I'm forgetting what it is. But yeah, Kepler, one of the important figures when it comes to that sector in terms of just understanding the cosmos. I'll tell you what it is before we end this hour.
The Russian you're speaking of is a gentleman who was a school teacher. He was called Konstantin Tsiolkovsky. Okay, 1857 is when he was born, and he died in 1935.
Right.
All right. He was considered to be the father of theoretical astronomy.
Yes.
It is him.
Yes.
Okay. So he built on an idea that other people had, but as he said, he understood.
Yes.
Then now formed the structure within which all these things could actually be actualized.
And his texts, those scientific theories that he wrote got lost somewhere, and they were rediscovered during the time now the actual space travel began. And that's how they remembered, by the kuna jamaa alisema, we can actually travel to space, and this is the technology we would need. This is what we would need to invent for us to get there.
Now, the person who now came up with the rocketry, as we call it, the rockets that could travel to the moon,
yes,
who is known and having worked on it, he was an American engineer and a physicist. He was called Robert H. Goddard.
Robert H. Goddard.
Yes. Now, nice. He is considered to be the father of practical rocketry. See? So, all these people contributed, and as we say, voila.
Wakasaidiana.
And mundio hiyo.
Can we get back to Earth now?
Yes.
What is Sudan giving us today in terms of methali?
Sudan? Oh, Sudan. Oh, my Sudan.
The Sudan.
Oh, Sudan. Oh, Sudan.
And as you get to Sudan, we'll also talk about, after that, we'll talk about Somalia and what happened. Because wamenyimwa funding kwa sababu kuna kitu apparently they destroyed something. I'm looking at it here. I'll read it out later.
60% of the population of the country of Sudan are considered to live below the poverty line. Not on it, below. That is not a good thing. Right.
Yeah.
This is the final proverb from Sudan, and it is an interesting one. A dog cannot carry its puppies on its back.
A dog cannot carry
its puppies on its back.
Yeah. I mean, they don't have proper grip.
That's why it is a proverb. Go into the details of why it can't do that, because they normally carry them with their teeth.
Yes. Well, with their mouth, yes, but of course using the teeth. They have to grab them off the ground.
Yes.
The first time I saw that was with a cat. I was a young child, and I saw the cat grabbing its kittens with its mouth. And I started crying because I thought it was eating them. And my father came rushing to look at what I was crying at. And then he saw that, and he was like, "Ah, usijali, hivyo ndivyo mama anabeba watoto amebeba watoto wake.
Yeah.
Mi nilikuwa nimeona our kittens have now been eaten by their mother and it's a wrap. But yes, a dog cannot carry its puppies on its back. There we go. All right, it is now 16 minutes past 6 o'clock. There's a lot happening in Somalia, apart from just the visit of the Israeli official to Somaliland. But also, the government apparently has been accused by the United States of, destroying some shipment of something, and they have cut funding until further notice. They are really...
But it isn't anything that Somalia has done. Maybe there is something that is being attached to it.
Right.
But remember, Donald Trump did make a pronouncement that amounted to Washington's withdrawal of funding from a total of 66 international organizations.
Yes.
So that... But this is strange.
Yes.
This is very strange. The very thing that gave the USA might, the very thing that made it possible for the US to be considered a serious world power, because they had a say in other people's lives. One, Mr. Donald Trump has just withdrawn that leverage like this.
Let me just read a small statement from one of the US Foreign Assistance pages on X. This is deeply concerned, the US rather, is deeply concerned by reports that federal government of Somalia officials have destroyed a US-funded World Food Program warehouse and illegally seized 76 metric tons of donor-funded food aid for vulnerable Somalis. The Trump administration has a zero-tolerance policy for waste, theft, and diversion of life-saving assistance. So they have cut all funding to Somalia until further notice.
They imagine that these people actually care.
Which people? The Somalis?
Yeah.
I mean, the ones who will go hungry do care, for sure.
Let me tell you something, my friend.
Yes.
About the whole psychology of aid and assistance, right? In the absence of that assistance, what do you think will happen to the Somalis?
I'm assuming the ones who are vulnerable will starve. And God forbid, to death.
Yes. Yes. But before the aid came, were they dying in droves? The answer is no, they were not. When there's drought, people die and they suffer.
Yes.
And it will not be the first time that we have drought on this particular continent in certain areas. And it won't be the first time people have lost livestock. It will not be the first time that people have gone hungry. There's a point I'm trying to make here.
Right.
Humanitarian aid is an arm-twisting device that many powerful nations use.
Yes.
They see a need and a genuine need that requires attention.
Yes.
But they then use it for purposes of future leverage. Economic assistance is a tool. It is not philanthropic giving, as we may assume. Okay? So, the Somalis in Somalia are going to get on with their lives. The Americans may cut that aid as they see fit.
Yeah.
Do you really think for a single second they will not have other people trooping in to give them aid? They'll get aid.
Okay.
The Middle East and the countries within it have also decided to be global players.
But I have a question, though.
Please ask.
And it is a question that has been asked by someone else, and it got me thinking. We have lots of refugees coming from the Muslim world. We're talking about Somalia and Sudan and other countries.
Sudan is mixed.
I'm just saying, because it's majority, but it's mixed. Even Somalia, we have Christians in Somalia.
Very few.
Yeah, but we do have them, right? But the point I'm trying to make here is someone once asked at an interview, and I think it was on, was it Al Jazeera? Anyway, the point is someone asked in that interview, why is it that these refugees do not go to places, because I do not have the stats, but according to this interview, he was asking, why don't refugees from these particular lands go to places like Qatar and Dubai and
they do go there,
and Saudi Arabia?
They do go there.
Yeah. But from how the question was phrased, it looked like even if they do, not in the kinds of numbers we see in places like the US and Italy and places like the UK and so on and so forth. Basically Europe and America. The numbers are larger in those continents as opposed to these other areas. And it got me thinking, first of all, the number one question I had was, is it true, or is this question skewed to mean something different? But yeah, it's something I've been planning to, research on and actually find out if indeed it is true and why is that so.
Let me ask you this very simple question.
Yes, sir.
When was the first advent of the Somali diaspora started? It is when they had a problem in 1994. After Said Barre was deposed.
Yes.
Okay. Very many people who are indigenous to Somalia, many came to Kenya. At that particular point in time, many of them also were given refugee status outside this country. Okay. The people who offered those statuses or stati happen to have been Western countries.
True.
So that is where they went. So approximately 2 million people who are indigenous Somalis are in the diaspora.
Yes,
okay?
2 million you say?
Yes, and the largest population is actually in the UK. Okay? This is because the UK offered.
Yeah, which is a good thing.
They made it possible. They made it easier. That is the reason why.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, if you want to understand that, there are Somalis in Australia.
I know we have Somalis in also Sweden. I know we have some in Norway and so on.
Just Scandinavian countries, America, they were offered and they had the opportunity.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why they are in those countries. People who are also in the diaspora in large numbers are Sudanese. South Sudanese and Sudanese who are in the north.
Yeah.
The Sudanese began migrating when they first started having their first civil war.
Yes.
And it is for that reason that Sudan was one of those countries on this continent that had a very, very high proportion of the income coming into the country from the diaspora. Ethiopia has a very huge population of people in the diaspora. You know this by the population of Ethiopians in the UN, for instance, in WHO, for instance. People left and went abroad a long time ago.
Yes.
Okay? We have people in the diaspora, but many of them went in the Moi era. Those who felt they were being persecuted for their beliefs, the numbers were not large. The large number of people we have there from Kenya are people who gone there to study and decided to stay.
Right.
They migrated simply because opportunities presented itself. Okay? So the question that was asked, what do you think is the population of the country of Somalia? The vast majority of Somalis in Somalia did not go abroad. They stayed. A good number came into Kenya. A good number went back into Ethiopia. There's a place called the Ogaden region. The Ogaden region is predominantly a Somali enclave. Okay? Now, it is important that one understands how it is that the people around this region move around. So the person who asked that question did well to ask so that a response can be given.
Sure.
Yes.
Like I said, I'm in the process of doing that research, and perhaps at the end of it all, I shall come and share it to you if you don't get to read it on some repository somewhere. Okay, let's check out what's happening on radiogeneration.co.ke. CBK offers 281 tons of old coins for smelting. Atike. All right, let's read this. CBK offers 281 tons. That is 281,000 kilograms of old coins for smelting. The central bank has put approximately 281 tons of old and damaged coins up for sale in a rare move to dispose of worn-out currency. In a tender notice, the bank invited eligible companies, mainly metal smelting foundries and coin minting firms, to purchase the coins for melting as they are no longer fit for circulation. This initiative will help the CBK clear 281,667 kilograms of mutilated coins from its vault while preparing to replace them with newly minted currency. Now, bids for the coins will close on January 22nd this year, following a 3-year coin minting tender that closed last month, signaling the regulator's intent to introduce fresh coins. Like most central banks, the CBK routinely withdraws coins and banknotes that have deteriorated over time. Umejaribu kulipa na coins kwa matatu, siku hizi wanakataanga hizo vitu.
Kwa nini?
I don't know. Umejaribu kulipa na coins pia kwa maduka, saa zingine wanakataa. It depends on the shop.
No, I have. I tend to have coins.
Yes.
And I've never had a situation where somebody has refused to take the coin.
There's a time I accumulated about 500 shillings worth of 1 shilling coins. Because every
1 shilling?
Yes, 1 shilling coins. Because every time I would go to a place like a supermarket, pay via cash, I'd get coins in return. And some of those coins were 1 shillings. So ikafika mahali unaenda kwa duka unajaribu kulipa, they don't take it. When you go to Mama Mboga, you're trying to buy your mboga, you pay with those coins, they're like...
But how on earth do they get change? Because the whole purpose of the coins is to provide change. Because if I have 100 shillings note and I'm buying something worth 60 shillings, surely I won't change.
So they'll take 5 shillings, they'll take 10 shillings, the coin. But they will not take a 1 shilling, at least where I have tried. So what I did was accumulated all those coins. Then one day because I put them in a tin. When the tin filled up, I just took all that money to a supermarket. Supermarkets will take the coins. Then they will take because they actually, give them out as change. So I took them to the supermarket, and I'm telling you, when I put it on the teller's whatever desk, she just got tired.
Yeah, because she was going to count this thing.
So
if I were her, I would also get tired.
Akachoka. So people had to be diverted to a different teller because this was going to take time to count all the coins. And so we counted them, eventually came to the amount of money that they were, and I paid and I left. Sasa siti ningepeleka wapi hiyo pesa?
Ungehesabu kabisa ndio mpelekee.
No, if I take an entire tin of coins and I tell you this is 500 bob, of course you will need to verify.
No.
You won't take my word for it. They had to count it, City.
I know they had to count it. I was just thinking of how you can actually line them up in a small box.
Yes.
So that ukihesabu hiyo ya kwanza zinatoshana. Ya kwanza ikiwa ni 10.
Anajua zote ni 10.
Ni 10 because you can just visually you can see ni 10, but there are people who will still insist on counting.
Yes. So this particular teller decided to count, and the moment I just dropped that tin on the desk, aliniangalia tu hivi akateka deep breath, nikaona ameambia customers wengine saidiweni hapa, akaanza ku count. So yes, CBK has decided, in my opinion, I think they should phase out that 1 shilling coin. They should phase it out to back to na hizi shilingi tano.
Let me ask you, when you talk of a shilling,
yes,
what is the denomination that determines 100? Is it 100 or is it 1?
It is 1.
So why do you do away with the 1?
Perhaps then they should do a survey, and by them I mean the CBK, do a survey to understand if the 1 shilling coin is widely accepted. Because you said at the end of the day...
Is it widely rejected?
Again, I'm asking they should do that research to find out if it is widely rejected or widely accepted.
Okay.
Ndio wakipata ni rejected waseme okay, maybe perhaps then we need to revert to because I know like in the US they still have the what we call here in Kenya mapeni. They still have the pennies and they still use them. Hapa Kenya shida ni watu wataki, unaenda kwa matatu, the fare is 60 shillings, so you have a 50 shilling note and then you have 10 shillings in 1 shilling coins. Makanga anakuambia shuka, ama anakuambia leo 50 kana hiyo 10 yako. Yeah, that's how serious it is. Yep. Let's check out another story before we do the traffic. Yeah,
is it a problem of the attitude that Makanga has?
Yep.
Or is it a problem with the currency?
To be honest, I don't know how to describe it.
Anyway,
because I'm sure an economist would have a different opinion.
No. This one doesn't require an economist. Your initial statement about finding out, you just need to understand why people respond that way to the coin.
Yeah.
Economists akai huko.
Is it because it is bulky? Is it because it is... Because
mimi nimesikia wengine hizi vitu bwana, it'll punch a hole in my pocket.
Oh yeah.
Because of the weight.
That's, yes. I mean, yes. And then... Because even sometimes, depending on which shops you go to and supermarkets also, if they do not have the 1 shilling coin and they need to give it back to you as change, they'll, give you a sweet instead.
Yes. Some even give you some really ugly looking biro pen. But for me, the cup, if you ever work in rural areas, as in a town, but it's in the rural areas,
yes,
and they have a bank or an outlet, the one note that shocks the hell out of you is a 50 shillings note.
Why?
Maze utakuta imechoka.
Umeipatiwa a 50 shilling note that is torn. It looks like it was beaten.
Yes.
Domestic violence.
It looks like somebody dipped it in mud. You just tell the guy, just keep it. Yes. Well, you actually get the impression this thing has disease. Just the look. Oh, no, wait.
It actually does have diseases on it.
Just the look. Tell me, it's okay. Nani?
If you were to take that 50, that dilapidated one you're talking about, and just press it on a petri dish.
Yes.
Kesho asubuhi kuja uangalie petri dish. Hiyo pesa utaishika tena. You will not touch that money again. You will find bacteria has grown there. You will find fungus has grown there. You will find other things that you're not even sure which part of the kingdom they belong to. Are they animals? Are they plants? Are they algae? Are they protozoa?
So essentially, you're saying
Yes.
that 50 bob note
Yes.
is a living organism.
That thing by there is an ecosystem by itself. Scary stuff out here. So there's a story here. Kenya School of Law bar exams raise alarm over persistent failures. Yeah. Legal circles in Kenya are sounding the alarm following the latest Kenya School of Law bar exam results, which show that a large number of candidates continue to struggle to pass. New data from the Council of Legal Education indicate that out of 1,834 candidates who sat the November 2025 Advocates Training Program exams, only 397 passed all 9 required units. The results also revealed that female candidates performed better than their male counterparts, highlighting a notable gender performance gap. Passing the ATP is a mandatory step for admission to the High Court as advocates. Now, the ATP examinations, which took place from November 13th to 25, require candidates to pass all 9 units to qualify for admission. And a public notice on its website, CLE, acknowledged a downward trend in performance. Are they saying that the exams have become harder, or are they saying that the candidates have become wamekuwa mafala? I'm looking for the word in English. I can't find it. But what are we saying? What are your thoughts, CT? Is it that wanafunzi wameanza kukua si werevu?
We've had a history
Yes.
of this particular issue of examination failure for a very long time in this country.
I have had it at least a couple of times in the last 5 years.
The most famous one was in the Faculty of Architecture.
Okay.
ADD as we call it. A time gone by, talking about the 70s, when there was a principal, I believe his name was Jorgensen or something, and it was said that one of his pet projects was ensuring that a very small number of people actually graduated. People went on strike. Said, we saw a similar problem with the Faculty of Commerce.
Yep.
We saw a similar issue when it came to the engineers board. Okay. This is something we've heard with the legal fraternity and the Kenya School of Law. It isn't the first time that we've heard these things. Okay. But if you want to take this further, let's get back to a little earlier in life when people were sitting for what we call the Form 4 exam.
Yes.
There were complaints at a certain point in time, the time when one Mr. Fred Matiang'i was a Minister for Education.
Right.
There were far too many A's in the country, and they said this is statistically not possible. You can't have a situation where the vast majority of people are getting A's, and the minority are the ones who are not getting A's. He said, no, there's something wrong here.
Why? Why should something be wrong? I know there's what we call the normal curve, the bell curve, but
the moment something goes against the bell curve, you start questioning it. And for a very simple reason. There's history as a reference point. Okay? Because it isn't the first time people are sitting for that particular exam over a period of time. And over time, you get to understand the norm. And the norm isn't taken from the exam. The norm is actually taken from classroom performance.
Yes.
And even the stratification of the students academically as they go into secondary school. And the output at the end of it. Okay? So it isn't as though somebody was stargazing. No. There was data to support this particular perspective. It's something that always rears its head. Now, I am a bit confused sometimes because I'm not sure what is just pure conjecture and just narrative creation and what is fact. I'm usually not very sure. But what I do know for a fact is that issues have arisen over time and people have had to complain about it and have complained very, very loudly about it. Yes.
So we can't have one day that bell just not being a bell.
The reason why the issue is what it is because the bell has been a bell for a long time. Then when it's not a bell, you're asking why is it not being a bell? That really is the question.
Sawa. Advocates, endeni msome kwa bidii bwana.
Hata sio kusoma. Find out what the problem actually is.
Yes.
Because there clearly is a problem. Yes.
And the ministry is saying, is it the ministry really? They're saying, CLE noted that this marks the third year in a row that professional ethics has had the weakest results. Yeah, so the data shows that bar exam failures have been a persistent problem for about 15 years, raising concerns over prolonged receipts and delayed legal careers. Candidates must pass all 9 units within 5 years of their first attempt to qualify. Failure to do so requires them to restart the entire program, and some candidates have taken as long as 15 years to become advocates. Lakini pia wewe ukisoma 15 years, the same thing bwana.
So the same thing.
Enda tu sasa uamue tu kukua, tuanze kuuza nyanya sasa. 15 years. Of course, I know it's not like at every year you're taking this exam. Maybe you decide to take some 3 years off because you're like, you know what, this is just too much for me. Yeah. Others probably go and become parents and decide to rethink their life, then decide, okay, let me go back and retry this thing. But bwana, mi nikiwa nimejaribu the same thing four times maximum. Let me be honest, I'll just leave it at that. What's happening on the roads of Nairobi?
Traffic.
Lavington, Kileleto area, you guys are moving quite well. Oloitoktok Road, no complaints coming through. Now, there's this stretch, and I absolutely love how every single morning it's just consistent. Now, if you're on Ngong Road, you're coming from Lenana School area, heading towards the Junction Mall. That place is usually very clean at this particular hour. But everything else changes perhaps after that, because now you find pockets of traffic that is at every single junction. But like I said, it's just pockets. Things do clear up once you cross that particular area. Haile Selassie Avenue inakaa sawa kabisa. Ralph Bunch Road, niliambiwa ni Bunch, Ralph Bunch Road inakaa sawa. Agwing Skodek pia hamna shida yote. Valley Road looking very clean at this particular hour. Kenyatta Avenue also no complaints. State House Road kule kwa rais kunakaa kuko sawa. CBD ndani looks kind of clean this particular morning. Nothing really much to report as far as traffic is concerned. You guys are moving quite well. And then we zoom out to a place called Mohammed Yusuf Haj Avenue, looking fantastic at this particular morning. Heshima Avenue pia haina shida yoyote. Naangalia sehemu za Jogoo Road mnakaa mko sawa. Pale Makadara tu kidogo ndio kuna ka traffic ka stretch tu kadogo pale kwa train station, but beyond that you guys are moving quite well. Donholm looking good. Manyanja Road kule hamna shida yoyote. Donholm Railway Subway, hii ni gani? Is this traffic on a railway or am I seeing? Oh no, this is Lunga Road looking okay. However, as you're approaching that Donholm Railway Subway, there's a lot of traffic there, but it's explained by the fact that you guys are joining the major highway that is Outer Ring Road. Looking good across that stretch, especially if you're coming towards Airport North Road. But if you're going towards Allsops, some pockets of traffic here and there, especially around where matatus usually stop. But Airport North Road yenyewe not looking bad. Usually has traffic at this particular hour, but today it's looking quite clean. I'm actually impressed. Eastern Bypass looking fantastic. What's happening in Mombasa? Watu wa Mombasa, mwambaje, habari asubuhi, na amini kila kitu kiko salama salmin. Tukiangalia barabara zenyu zinakaa ziko sawa, hamna shida yote. Kuna sehemu inaitwa pale Fort Jesus, naona pale barabara za songa vyema, gari za songa vyema barabarani. However, there's a place called Mwembe Tayari Road. Trafiki ambayo yaenda kushikana na Biashara Street, barabara hiyo yaonekana ina msongamano mkubwa wa magari. Alafu kuna Umoja shop pale karibu na SBS Mall Marikiti. Barabara hiyo kuna msongamano wa magari pande zote za barabara, kumaanisha kama waenda ama waondoka pale mnashikamana kweli. Abdel Nasser Road no problems. A good thing. Mlango wa Papa Road also looking good this particular minute. All Kilindini Road hakuna trafiki yoyote pale. Chochote barabarani kikitendeka na mwana ni maana nijue nipate hapa katika mtandao wetu.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let's check out what is on the newspapers. Leo nimepatiwa Business Daily. Let me see what's
ngangana nayo brother.
Sitangangana nayo. Si ni kusoma tu, siwezi shindwa kusoma.
Basi soma brother.
Business Daily front page. SACCOs seek Treasury tax lifeline amid cash pressure. Cusco proposes changes to the Income Tax Act. These are the same guys who lost billions of shillings. SACCOs with group members hit with heavier taxation. Did I tell you that my SACCO has been...
Please let me not laugh. Has it been deregistered?
No, it has not been deregistered, but some members have actually gone to court.
Over?
The fact that they ate our money.
Oh dear,
For
dear.
lack of a better word. I have several millions in there and I do not know what to do, man. Anyway, I don't know who to talk to. Kuna jamaa anapeana $500 million za campaign. I need to see that guy. So President Uhuru Kenyatta, if you can hear me, holla at a brother.
You know, my friend, those figures that people talk about, huh?
Yeah?
Let me just ask you to extend your imagination a little bit. Huh?
Please do.
How do you visualize it happened? Somebody makes a bank transfer of $500 million from one account to the other. And the account, what would it be? Campaign money is never given in bulk.
Yes.
No. It's given in installments. And for specific things. Very, very specific.
Right.
And even if you know
could the installments be in $500 million?
No, it would not. It definitely would not.
Well,
even if, because I understand our politics and I participated in politics. $500 million may be the sum total that you require. Nobody's going to give it to you up front.
Yes.
It is given in bits as you move along, as the need arises. Believe me, the sort of mistrust that people have in politics is magnified tenfold when it comes to now money, again, being engaged in politics.
So what you're saying is that politicians don't trust each other with $500 million?
Oh, no, they do not. They most certainly do not.
Okay.
People who are trusted with the money in political circles are very, very few people. And they are valued. Those people are valued. Yes. Because by and large, the vast majority of politicians cannot be trusted with the money.
Yeah. I need to sit down with my circle and see how we can recover that money.
Pole lakini.
Asante sana.
Hey.
Hiyo pesa bwana inaniuma?
No. Get a little emotional at first because it's your money.
Yes.
And then I'll focus that energy on how.
On making more money.
No. The making more money is a completely different discussion.
Yeah.
You will make more money. Is ensuring that you get that money back. That is not money you let go. These individuals who took the money, bought things, did things with it.
Yes.
Methodically, one wants to go and find out exactly what they did, how they did it, and our laws allow for them as directors and people who oversee that particular circle to be individually charged with negligence or misappropriation.
Actually, they have been taken to court. Like I said, some of our members have done that. Lakini bwana, hiyo kitu inani stress bana.
It is this the history of circles that have similar problems are many. Yeah. Me, I know of one which went down also with my money a long time ago. Yeah. Oh yes.
So mkiona nimewekea pay bill. Anyway,
tu maraka.
Niweke pay bill
Tu maraka bro.
Munisaidie ku recover that money. Hey, anyway, so SACCOs seek Treasury tax lifeline amid cash pressure. Cusco proposes changes to the Income Tax Act and SACCOs with group members hit with heavier taxation. You can get that story on page 2. Then somebody should go to jail for the death caused by the collapse of the 14-story building under construction in Nairobi's South Sea. Yes, but I'm of the opinion we do proper investigation so that when we are sentencing someone or we are...
It's not just witch hunting.
Tusitupe tu City ndani for the sake of kumtupa ndani. And City probably had nothing. So let's do proper thorough investigation so that...
Because uliona City akipitia South Sea, so you assume none of those buildings must be his.
Ni zake.
Yeah, na hizo...
Alikuwa anasimama hapo na mtu alikuwa anakaa contractor.
Exactly. Na hizo barabara ni za umma. So labda alikuwa anapitia tu, he was admiring the building. The building near City.
So they should do thorough investigations. There's a lady here pictured, Sandra Ojambo, and what are they saying about her?
Wonderful things, I hope.
Yeah. At the time, Sandra Ojambo was appointed the CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact. The world was being placed under a COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. Yeah, so this is the life and times of this wonderful lady, Sandra Ojambo. Get to read about it. The full interview is on page 19 of the Business Daily. Dropped Adani Power Lines blow 32 billion shillings hole in the PPP fund. Yeah, that story is on page 4. Kenya's trade deficit with China widens 17% in 9 months. Kenya's trade deficit with China widens 17% in 9 months. For real?
Yes.
Kenya's trade deficit with China widened to 475.6 billion shillings in the first 9 months of last year, highlighting a deepening imbalance in bilateral trade, even as Nairobi pursues policy shifts to boost exports. But I see our president meeting with officials from China every now and then. I would think that our bilateral agreements are getting better and better, benefiting Kenyans and China.
Trade imbalance just means we're importing more than we're exporting.
I know, but considering our volumes and anyway, you know what?
Bro,
I'm thinking one of these fine days.
There was going to be an imbalance.
I get it. I know we use a lot of Chinese products in this country. We import like all our phones, more or less, manufactured there, apart from the few ones that are patented in the US. But I would expect hata sisi bwana kuna kitu tunawapatia.
We do. If we didn't give them, the imbalance wouldn't exist. Imbalance means somebody's receiving more than they're giving.
The other.
And hiyo tu, haina complication nyingi.
All right. Now, CBK raises 60 billion from January long-term bonds. The first treasury bond sale of 2026 was oversubscribed by 19.2% on high demand from institutional investors who were chasing the relatively high returns on offer ahead of a possible decline in interest rates in coming months. That's the Business Daily front page of the Daily Nation. Wanasema hivi, housing ticking time bomb. Construction industry experts, including engineers and architects, warn that year of inaction despite probes into collapsed buildings have emboldened rogue developers, describing the impunity as a ticking time bomb that is fueling the rise of unsafe skyscrapers and apartment blocks vulnerable to collapse even from slight tremors. We mentioned this on Monday and we were saying we need to see from the buildings that have been collapsing over the last couple of years, who has been arrested, how many people have gone to jail, what are some of the consequences they have faced, if at all any.
There are always reports of people being arrested, and we even have reports of people being taken to court, but one doesn't really hear of much else after that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the Architectural Association President George Ndege says, "We are living by the grace of God. If a tremor were to happen today, many buildings would come down."
What I find strange is that you wait for a disaster for you to speak. Because this isn't knowledge that he acquired when these buildings came down.
Yes.
As an architect, this is probably knowledge he has had before. Where is it that you have heard the Architectural Association of Kenya coming out strongly and speaking against some of these things? Where?
Sijasikia mahali. Yeah. Another president, this one is the president of Architects Alliance, Senator Sylvia Kasanga, anasema hivi, "We worry about counterfeit alcohol because it kills, yet our buildings are killing us silently." And then the Institution of Engineers President Shama Kiteme, "If we do not address this mess, we will forget this tragedy and another building will collapse."
I think I will invite Sylvia Kasanga aje tueleze kidogo.
Hostile takeover, UDA raids ODM grassroots machinery. A new front has opened in the broad-based government, with some ODM leaders alleging that President Ruto's party is raiding their ranks to assemble regional campaign teams for 2027, even before any formal agreement with the ruling United Democratic Alliance, UDA. 39 billion US fraud, how Nairobi firm got millions. Hey, this story is on page 3. On Feb 24th, 2021, the Registrar of Companies in Nairobi approved a new firm, Capital View Properties Limited. The company's registered office is in Nairobi's South Sea off Shapara Road. It wasn't long before the company's story surfaced in a US court. Abdi Aziz Farah, who has since been jailed for his role in a $300 million fraud, wired his dirty cash to this particular firm. That in Kenya shillings is 38.7 billion. No bank loans for junior schools. This is on page 7, yeah? The Ministry of Education has cautioned heads of institutions against entering junior schools into financial contracts without the approval of the Cabinet Secretary. The circular also bars them from charging parents any extra levies. That is what we have on those two papers this morning.
Why don't we look at the Weekend Star?
Why don't we?
Right. Siasa, agenda in Mudavadi's call for referendum before election. You know, this is something that must be discussed at greater length. It's important. Yeah, because the people have commented on it, but I'd like us to bring in some of these constitutional experts so that we understand what this actually means. And because I can read it and think I understand it, but not having a legal mind, there are things I will probably miss out on. News. Why ODM's Edwin Sifuna is not sitting pretty despite truce. Okay? I see. Kenyan's rally as pastor hugging tree exposes cancer's human cost. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. Cabbage. Sukuma wiki. Now cost as much as meat as drought bites. Now this I have to speak on. You know why? We know how often drought visits us, huh?
Yeah.
The regions where there are pastoralists. Is it beyond the means of county governments, perhaps also with the collusion of the national government, for a preparedness? Because given the accuracy with which you can actually predict climate change and the weather, don't you think they should have been, all these times we've been having droughts, as soon as the drought is anticipated, places where a safe haven, where people can actually move, they are a large area. Most places where people are pastors, there are swaths of land, huge tracts of land. If they are owned by individuals, make an understanding.
Yeah.
So that grass has been grown, food has been kept. So over this period of the drought, the animals do not die in the large numbers that they do, because these animals represent the wealth that these people possess. So they are being dispossessed of their wealth as we watch, and yet we know the drought was coming. We know what has happened, because this isn't the first time we've had drought.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so cabbage and skuma now cost more. Sawa.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of money.
Back in the middle of the paper, we are looking at an InfoTrack poll. Okay, the findings of it rather. And the Weekend Star has this to say: Natembeya shakes Ruto. ODM grip on Luya vote. Okay? Ruto still the most preferred presidential candidate for the Molembe Nation. And the community kingpin, there's a list here.
Yeah.
Among the Molembe Nation, as they are called, George Natembeya is rated as 36%. Followed by Musalia Mudavadi, 18%. Moses Wetangula, 14%. Wycliffe Oparanya, 8%. Edwin Sifuna, 5%. Peter Salasya, 2%. Yes.
Even Salasya is in that list.
He has a higher rating than Eugene Wamalwa, Mugisa Kitui, Cleophas Malala, Paul Otuoma, Boni Halwale. Yes, all of these are at 1%. Kenneth Lusaka at 0.3%. Caleb Amisi, 0.3%. Fred Gumo, 0.5%. For a retired man, he's doing very well.
Yeah.
Okiya Omtata, 0.2%. Now, for the presidential race, according to InfoTrack poll, William Ruto at 25%, Fred Matiang'i 15%, George Natembeya 13%,
Yes.
Kalonzo Musyoka 8%, Babu Owino 3%, Gladys Wanga 2%, Rigathi Gachagua 2%,
Yeah.
David Maraga 2%, Martha Karua 0.5%, and the beat goes on.
What's your list, Tena? I'm sorry, the presidential one. Sasa wezi soma.
Lete.
Wacha nisome.
Lete.
Sini nitasoma.
Lete.
William Ruto, we have at 25%. Then Freddy at number 15%. Then Natembeya at 13%. Then Kalonzo at 8%. Babu 3%. Gladys Wanga 2%. Rigathi 2%. David 2%. That is Maraga. Martha Karua 0.5%. And then 5% of the people who are asked prefer not to say what who they prefer, sorry. And then 25% also said they are undecided. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Is that bad? Now, for the community kingpin is one that has actually caught me off guard. Community kingpin survey. George is at 36%. He's basically leading all these folks.
Yes, he is.
Musalia is number 2 at 18%.
Yes.
Then Papa wa Roma.
Yani, he is double that
Yes.
of Mudavadi.
Imagine that.
Yes, it's not difficult to imagine.
Yeah.
And we can look at the reasons why, perhaps.
Yeah. Papa wa Roma nae comes in at number 3 at 14%. Can I be honest? If I was the one doing this, I mean, sorry, if I had been asked.
If you're InfoTrack.
No. If I had been asked by InfoTrack.
All right, why don't we ask you, okay? Paul, what do you think about this matter?
No. If InfoTrack had asked me.
All right, let me pretend to be InfoTrack.
Who I think.
Paul, I, as InfoTrack, is asking you, who do you think?
So if this were an exam,
Yes.
let me tell you how I would have fared. I would have said, kule Western. Bwana, si hiyo si ya Wamalwa. Eugene Wamalwa hiyo kitu si yake bwana.
And then hapa kuna ngapi?
Sasa hapa our good friend Eugene coming
2% boy.
Actually it's 1%. He's coming in and chini ya Peter Salasya. Peter ndiye ako na 2%.
Yeah, ako na 1.
Wamala ako na 1. So
ako pamoja na kina Hamisi ndio.
Yes, so Eugene is at number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Number 7. So clearly I don't know the ground.
Essentially, Natembea, Wamalwa,
yes,
and the Papa Roma,
yes,
come from the same community.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
They're all Bukusus.
Yes.
So Natembea,
yes,
the new kid on the block, is more popular than they are.
This guy was a
even combined. Even if you combine,
right?
Okay.
Yes.
Fred Gum also comes from that community.
Area.
Yes. So Natembea's achievement, if we are to take the information that we got from Ibrahim, this guy is definitely ahead of the curve, completely ahead.
Someone else I would have put at top 3 at the top 3. Dr. Halwale.
All the people that you mention,
yes,
are closer to me in age. They have become irrelevant to those who are polled. When you see those percentages,
yes,
you're being told, yeah, we know this person exists. What they're talking about, Mudavadi, Papa Waroma, just come down the list.
Yes. So down the list. So so we have wait, where are we? So we have Papa Waroma, Moses Wetangula, Wycliffe Oparanya, Edwin. I'm actually impressed by Wycliffe Oparanya's performance on this poll. Yeah. Edwin Sifuna. I would have put Edwin Sifuna at actually number 2 or 3 at the very least.
But he's not doing. He's in the list. That's what's important.
Yes, on the list he is.
But look at the presidential list.
So president, we have preferred candidate William Ruto, number 1. Then Dr. Fred Matiang'i coming in at number 2, and then number 3, George Natembea's name comes up again.
Exactly. So let me look at what's in the headline of the Standard before we come to the top of the hour.
Sawa.
Rattling the World is the title. It's just one story. On your own, this is essentially it. Funding shock to Kenya's development ecosystem. The U.S. withdraws places 250 to 350 million US dollars. That is around 32 to 45 billion in annual UN affiliated programs funding risk threatening Kenya's development agenda, national security, global influence, while dealing with a larger blow to Nairobi's service economy and diplomatic standing. Impact on UN agencies, UN Habitat and UNEP, both headquartered in Nairobi, face potential downsizing as US funding dries up. This endangers urban housing, climate resilience, and environmental science programs, undermining Nairobi's status as Africa's premier multilateral hub. Direct hits on health, gender, and social services cut to UN FPA and UN Women would weaken reproductive health and maternal care, gender-based violence prevention. Trade, economic policy and civil society weakened. The International Trade Center, UNCTAD, ACA, and UN Democracy Fund face reduced capacity, threatening SME exports. Programs exposed outside the UN. Non-UN bodies such as education cannot wait. Counterterrorism, arena, IPPC face funding and leadership gaps. Kenya's global leverage dent. US withdraws, weakens critical global systems in reducing Kenya's influence over finance, carbon markets, migration policy, and conservation funding. That is all true, but similar things happened during apartheid.
Yeah,
when the world levied many sanctions on the then apartheid government. You know what happened? They grew internally, and they even became a nuclear nation.
Yeah.
So, yes, all this will happen.
Yeah.
But what it means, if you are genuinely on your own, it's time to pull up your bootstraps.
Right.
There's no more money coming in for you to do things. You are going to have to deal with what you have and what is yours. That's all it's saying.
President Trump is actually doing us a favor.
Huge. Huge. No more pretense. We will now know where we actually stand, what we have and what we don't have. It's not complicated.
Yeah.
Yes.
Itabidi tumechangamka, and I've been saying this for a very long time, and one time imefika. Nimekuwa nikisema ya kwamba whether we like it or not, we'll need to start looking at our own manufacturing industries and see how we can enrich our economies.
Paul, this happened in Kenya in the Moi era, but that's a discussion for another day. How these very withdrawals by World Bank not giving us money, what it did to Kenya. Believe me, we did not suffer as a result of it for a prolonged period. We suffered, and then we stabilized, and we continued moving.
And we shall continue moving.
Yes.
Radio
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Professionals within the construction industry are now calling for a speedy investigation into the South Sea building collapse. They say those who approve the additional floors on the building should be held accountable for breach of the Professional Code of Conduct. The professionals drawn from the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, the Architects Alliance and the Kenya Institute of Planners painted a grim picture of the state of buildings in the country, revealing that over 80% of buildings within Nairobi city are unsafe for occupation.
The developer has that first duty of care of getting the right consultants. Secondly, the person who we have to blame, if we are to go in the pecking order, is the contractor. The contractor by contract ultimately holds the duty of care on that construction in terms of its quality, its processes.
Who was the responsible structural engineer, for example? Is he the one in the records of NCA? Is he the one that on the site? Is he the one who was approved the drawings?
It's a calculation that has to start from the foundation. It doesn't matter whether you have the money later. If the foundation was not ready for the more floors, you can't just add them.
The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union has thrown its full support behind Health CS Aden Duale's directive on the licensing and employment of foreign doctors. Duale announced on Wednesday this week a sweeping policy shift that will see Kenya stop renewing licenses for most foreign doctors. The Medics Union warns that parts of Kenya's healthcare system have descended into what it terms modern-day slavery. In a statement issued on Thursday, KMPDU said the medical profession has for years been treated as a frontier for profiteering at the expense of human dignity, professional ethics, and lawful labor standards.
That over the past 4 years, more than 3,000 general practitioners have been licensed to practice in Kenya. While KMPDU recognizes the value of international cooperation and the skill exchange, we must confront the uncomfortable truth that many of these practitioners are not recruited to address the genuine skill gap that exists in the country. Instead, they are deliberately targeted by certain private hospitals and private facilities as a valuable workforce to be exploited.
President William Ruto has warned the youth against falling into the opposition trap, saying they're only interested in their votes with no plan to resolve their problems. President Ruto called on the youth to elect leaders who have already shown a track record to address their plight. He was speaking while launching the second phase of the Nyota project in Eldoret, where 50,000 youth received money for startups.
Kuna watu wengi hawawezi kusema vile watapanga vijana wapate ajira. Wanasema ati watapanga vijana vile watapiga kura. Sasa mimi nataka nikuulize wewe, husemi ya kwamba unapanga vile vijana watachaguliwa? Hapana, unasema wewe unapanga vile vijana watakupigia wewe kura. Watakupigia wewe kura ndio wapate nini?
The DPP has closed its case in the second criminal trial against controversial preacher Paul Nthenge Mackenzie and 96 co-accused persons. This marks a major milestone in the prosecution of the Shakahola atrocities that shocked the nation. The accused are facing charges related to radicalization and organized crime at the Shanzu Law Courts, where prosecutors detailed what they described as a calculated, long-running scheme of religious extremism that culminated in mass deaths in Shakahola Forest. The Venezuelan government has begun releasing detainees considered political prisoners by human rights groups in what officials described as good gesture. Spain's foreign minister said 5 of its nationals, including one dual national, had been released. Among them is thought to be rights activist Rocio San Miguel. The move comes after the U.S. took Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a lightning raid on the capital Caracas on Saturday to face drug trafficking charges in New York. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. A very good morning to my brothers and sisters in Mombasa on 90.7 FM. Nairobi, of course, we are always here on 88.8 FM. And Garissa, the new kids on the block on 89.5. How are you doing? I'm about to give you a few salams here and there. But before I do that, there is something of interest that you might need to know as we go forward. The Cabinet Secretary for Education, that is Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, will be releasing the examination, the Certificate of Secondary Education, that is KCSE examination results at AIC Chebisas School in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County. Now, that particular release is happening today at exactly 9 a.m. All right, this has been communicated from the office of the Cabinet Secretary for Education, that is Honorable Julius Migos, and he'll be releasing those results at exactly 9 a.m. In Uasin Gishu County, Eldoret, mahali panaitwa AIC Chebisas School. So if you are a person of interest as far as those examinations are concerned, well, just get ready, because we are about to know whether you excelled or you excelled exceedingly well, because I don't believe we have any failures as far as our examinations are concerned. So congratulations to every single candidate. City, why are you laughing?
Below expectation, bro. You're a failure. Don't be fooled.
City, I'm assuming
I'm not being negative.
You haven't been
I am an educator. I am an educator who ended up being a head teacher at some point. Yes.
Nilikuwa na expect utakuwa na some kind words.
No. This isn't being negative.
Yes.
This is being honest.
All right.
The pretense that some people do not fail, that is the misnomer. People do fail. When they fail, you must understand what it is that made them fail,
right,
and then rectify it. But you can't pretend, for instance, that we all understand information the same way. We don't. Teachers exist to bridge that gap that actually exists. That's what teaching does. Educating people, that's what it does. But for you to do it, you need to have bridged certain gaps in your own education first. That's what makes it possible for you to do it.
Okay. So leo exams zinatokezea Chebisas huko Eldoret. Wacha tuone nani atakuwa amepita na nani atakuwa amekaribia kupita. Allow me to introduce you to a gentleman in studio who has a similar name to a cousin of mine, and perhaps we could be related. I'm talking about, and you actually share my grandfather's name. That is Titus Kaloki. A very good morning to you. Titus Kaloki is an urban governance expert. Karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana for having me. Yes, I've been excited since I got the call to come here because of what is happening in our country.
Yes.
And even as I see the headline of today in the Daily Nation, it's very relevant to what we are going to discuss.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
For those who just joined us and probably haven't gotten the chance to look at the Daily Nation, front page says housing ticking time bomb, and then there's a whole issue of hostile takeover, like you remember ya siasa. But let me just start by asking you, Titus, in regards to where we are currently in terms of development, urban development, when we look at our cities and towns, major towns such as Eldoret, Kisumu, Nairobi, Mombasa, and so on and so forth, would you say that we are doing good compared to perhaps even our own continent of Africa?
Yeah, maybe just for a bit of background, urbanization in Africa in general is very rapid. We are talking about 70% of Africans living in urban areas by 2050.
Okay.
So
Wait, 70% by 2050 in the whole of Africa?
Africa will be living in urban areas.
All right.
We're adding about 25 million every year. We have cities that are above 10 million in population. They are going to be mostly in Africa.
Okay.
The largest metropolises will be in Africa by 2100. And Kenya is not being left behind. We are also urbanizing rapidly. Now, if you look at how the cities, we now have 4. Eldoret was also chartered, if I'm not sure. Yes, it was. So now we have 5.
Including Nakuru, right?
Yeah. We have Nakuru, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nairobi, and Eldoret.
All right.
However, from my own assessment, from the interactions through the work we do with some of these cities, I can say Nakuru seems to be progressing on well, and the others seem to not yet have actually had a clarity of vision, have been able to come up with systems of governance that are inclusive, that can actually tilt urbanization from being business-centered to citizen-centered, which I think is the biggest problem we have. We are just focused more on profit over people.
Yeah. All right. So with that said, we are seeing, of course, rapid urbanization development projects, especially within this city of ours, of Nairobi. And forget the housing projects that the affordable housing that the government is doing, but also just private developers. If you look at places such as Kileleshwa, Lavington, South Sea itself, we are seeing even outskirts, places like Mlolongo, Syokimau, those places are rapidly developing. And that tells me that it's a good thing from where I sit. Is it a good thing though? In terms of just where we are heading as a country, in terms of even our kind of income, the kind of resources that we have.
Yeah, what I can say is this, and from our interaction with Nairobi City, through a project we call Just Cities, that brings together a few members from the academia, built environment professionals, part of progressive politicians, grassroots organizations, to come and think what kind of a city would we want to have. Because when we interact with Nairobi, we normally try to tell them, before you do anything, you must first ask yourself, for whom are you building this city? Because then you will realize that there are many different actors and residents of Nairobi who have diverse needs, which you need to cater for. So it is not bad to have high rises, which actually, if you look, don't even cater to the middle class. I mean, 19 million for who's gonna
a 2-bedroom apartment.
Who's gonna afford that? It's catering for a certain segment. Even within those, for those who can afford, does it cater for the elderly, the persons with disability? How can they even access that building? So that question of for whom are we building this city is not being answered, because what it helps with is to come up with a vision. Right now, if you ask somebody, what do you see, how do you see Nairobi in 2030? Do we have a picture? Have the authorities tried to paint it where everybody's needs are catered? You find that will be lacking, because then if you answer that, then you are able to start answering the other two questions, which are what kind of city would it look like, and what do we need to do to get there?
There's someone who once told me that same as Kileleshwa, Lavington, a lot of buildings are coming up, apartment buildings, but these buildings are ending up being empty after completion, because number one, they are very expensive, and number two, they do not cater to some of the needs. So for example, there's this apartment that is perhaps even a 2-bedroom, and it's quite expensive in terms of rent. So the person who would have rented it will not rent it because it's very expensive. They'd rather go to the outskirts of Nairobi, to places like maybe Ruiru or even Mlolongo, where they will find a similar establishment but much cheaper. So you find these expensive but empty buildings within Nairobi County. And I was asking myself, is it that bad? Did my friend do justice to that conversation?
I think he did. And it comes back again to asking, what is driving that kind of investment? Because I think, in my own analysis, This is more of profit oriented. What can I be able to put up in a small piece of land somewhere where speculation is high and I can make huge returns without actually necessarily thinking, what do the people really want? What does the market want? And it brings to question, and I don't want to cast aspersions, but I've had other people comment on this. A gentleman called Odhiambo saying that when you see such kind of rapid development with the low occupancy but 84% sold, maybe it could be a process of laundering also of money. But even with that being said, a person who is able to afford 20-something million probably have invested in a career. They probably have teenage children. They would be needing a different setup, or probably a townhouse, for example, with space where they can have more comfort but more privacy even for the others. And that's not what that apartment offers. There's also the straining of the services,
the facilities,
sewerage,
the amenities of that area.
Now here they've sunk so many boreholes. I remember one time the AK president was joking with me and telling me Nairobi could sink.
Because there's so many boreholes all over.
So I think it's that profit mindset that is not catering to the needs holistically of what the market really needs. That's driving this.
We'll talk about the amenities shortly, but again, just what you've touched on in terms of catering to the needs of the population that you currently want to serve. When we want to do a survey of this particular area, what do we consider? And the reason I'm asking this is because I have a friend who used to have a business in South Sea, but he was evicted because the landlord said that he has sold this particular piece of land, and the new developer wanted to set up, I think it was a hotel. I think I can't remember really well, but they wanted to put up, a tall building. And this person they had to wound up their business, leave, go set up somewhere else, start afresh, literally, so that now this new establishment can be set up. And we're seeing a lot of that happening, especially in those areas of South B and South C. Is it because there's demand for these hotels, apartments, or again, is it what you were alleging to? Someone is cleaning the money.
I wouldn't say so. Clearly in Kenya we have a huge deficit. I think now they talk about 2 million housing units that we need for Nairobi alone. And housing, when you look at it, is not just the four walls. A house has to be holistic in that it has to have other amenities that come with it for you to be able to live there comfortably. So yes, you would need to have mixed development in anywhere where there is apartments coming up. You would need a school, you need markets, you need even those hotels could be part of the ecosystem. However, the nexus between public and private property is somehow where there is a blurry issue, because a private developer has the right to invest as they wish if they own that piece of land. However, the public investment must come to complement in terms of providing for roads, sewerage, water, but also for those spaces where you can have things like, for example, markets. And your friend would have benefited if, for example, that South Sea market we see there, that has been there for that center that has been there for a while, that the public then comes together in a consultative manner with the private to upgrade that space and probably put much more accommodating spaces for businesses. However, that coordination is very, very low. We've given the private so much power to direct development. And as you've heard, even from the collapse of that building in South Sea, the government says that those developers broke the law. Why? Because there was collusion and weak enforcement from the public, who are the people who approve. So that balance of power is what I can say the business has taken forefront over the citizen needs, and then we get this mess.
When we say citizens' participation in just deciding what happens around them, sometimes I feel like, do we really have the authority and the power to put have a say in what happens in our neighborhoods?
We being who here?
We being citizens. Well, like, for example, in the area that I live in, do I have a say when I see some construction taking place?
Yes, you do have a say.
Because I am not necessarily a permanent resident there.
It doesn't matter.
I rent a house there. In another 2 years, I don't know where I'll be. I might be sent off to a job opportunity in the UK. So why should I complain about where I live right now and what you want to develop there? Yet hata hapa si kwetu.
You've actually answered your own question, because if that is how you feel, then you will not definitely participate in what happens. And yet, for the duration of the contract you have with your landlord, you're not only a resident, that is home for you.
Yes.
Now, if you are not concerned about what happens, then don't complain when something else happens, because the opportunity to actually participate exists. The opportunity to participate in determining what gets built in the neighborhood, because there are plans for each of the areas, unless we are saying that the planning is theoretical and it doesn't exist. But if the planning exists, then it is very clear what should be put where and how it should be put and what is required for it to be done. Now, so where are we? Are there plans to begin with?
Actually, in the Urban Areas and Cities Act, that establishes these cities, municipalities, towns and markets, there is the demand that we establish a municipal board or a city board to govern, to lead the planning, to lead the process of public investments.
Yes.
However, it also says there must be established a citizen forum, which meets periodically. Their job is to actually engage in that planning, to actually put up proposals, and this is a requirement by law. However, I think civic education has not been quite effective. There are some organizations or neighborhoods that have been able to organize themselves to have resident associations.
Yes, I see that a lot.
Kilimani Foundation, the Karen one, and they are able sometimes to push back against some of these flaws of development. But
I see very vocal ones, like the Karen one.
Yes.
Watu wa Karen huko,
it's called Karengata.
Karengata.
Those guys, but they are very, very vocal when it comes to development in their areas. And they're a mix of Africans and Caucasians. And those guys, by the way, wakisema hawataki kitu.
Let me say something there that City alluded to.
Yes.
Our interaction with the city has a historical difficulty from the colonial time, where we were visitors in our own cities. You actually needed a kipande,
a pass
to
access the city.
Yes, and you came as a laborer, and maybe you were granted a visitation right by your spouse for a few days in a year. And being predominantly rural, then the city, we interact with it as a place of extraction.
Yes.
Professor Omenya wrote a paper about a city without citizens. So do people really feel like they belong to Nairobi? Or is it somewhere where you come, hustle, extract and go? Because that relationship has a direct impact on how you will be able to own the space, to claim the space, and also to fight for the space. And therefore, as we are urbanizing, at least we can say we have a generation that is clearly born in urban, who feel urban. And if you've checked, we did an urban survey a few years ago, contrasting rural and urban in terms of, can people actually participate? How do they interact with governance? And we realized here, the people in Nairobi would protest first before they start engaging their local MCA. Because some of them don't even know that local MCA. But this is coming because we have a generation of people you can call truly urban, and they are starting to assert their demands, even from part of what the Gen Zs were demanding. And this is going to be increasingly so in Kenya and in Africa, It's going to shape the politics, and therefore I expect more people to demand.
Yes.
After all, many of these public goods and services are anchored under Article 43 of our Constitution, the environment under Article 42. They are not things that a benevolent governance is supposed to give us. They are actually rights that we need to claim. Yeah.
Talking about overwhelming our resources, talking about the sewerage, water. I remember a couple of decades ago, we had running water in almost every tap in Nairobi. You just open, and it was drinkable water. You didn't need to disinfect it. You didn't need to boil it. You didn't need to do anything to that man.
Because it had already been
imesafishwa kwa mahali imetoka. Yeah. And you just open your tap and drink it. But nowadays we are buying mineral water left, right, and center. Could that be as a result, apart from the cartels that we know are controlling that flow of water nowadays, but could it also be as a result of this rapid development that we've seen in the last perhaps even 20 years?
Kaloki, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
No. Answer his question. Then I will ask mine.
Yeah, the strain on resources is because of how we do our planning.
Okay.
We are having this big problem of our cities are not like the European cities where they urbanized because there was demand of labor because of industrialization. So you have industries coming up, then they attract people to come, and therefore they were able to have not only public investments, but to be able to control the planning, to formalize it, I could say. Because you can, and I think even when the British were doing it here, they tried to do a similar approach. They would plan for the labor that they allowed to come in, so that you could have some estates, even if they are not so good. The Kalolenis, the ones that are undergoing regeneration right now, they had a semblance of planning, so they could anticipate the population and therefore anticipate how much resources they would need in terms of water, sewerage. However, African cities are not now driven by industrialization. They're actually like consumer based. And this results in an informality that you cannot anticipate. I have seen a pipeline, that area, grow in the last 15 years all the way. And therefore the resources, those original piping, the sewerage, they are under heavy strain, because informality is not easy to control unless you acknowledge it and then co-produce with it.
Okay.
But our approach is always to try and deny it and erase it. And therefore we will end up with this strain where the informal people actually will steal the water.
Yeah.
And provide unsafe water to people and make it so expensive, especially for those at the bottom.
Yeah.
Does the city, let's start with the city of Nairobi. No, let me backtrack. Is there a law that requires that every city we have should have a master plan?
We have the physical, it's called the PLUPA. Physical land use planning, that we have that. It is.
What is it exactly?
It is supposed to guide how cities should allocate land use, should plan how services will reach the people, so that there is a form of regulation.
All right. And who controls it?
Now, this is where we have issues. Like, for example, we have what we call the new plan. The new plan directs how urban areas and their surroundings will be able to provide these services, from transport, housing.
And who came up with this plan?
Now you will find that there is the two levels of government. So you will find the main driver of that policy will be at the national level. They will have some consultation at the county level. There will be input from the built environment professionals, the planners, the architects. However, when it comes to implementation, and Kenya is famous for this, we are very good at coming up with a policy, with a plan, but when it comes to implementation, because it involves different agencies, people start throwing ball to each other. The coordination of that implementation is where I see always a problem.
JICA came up with a master plan.
Yes.
For this wonderful space we call Nairobi. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's fairly comprehensive. Then, before Jaka came up with this, as a municipality and as a city within a municipality setting, it was a city, yes, but there are internal codes, rules that were supposed to determine development. Is there regulation that requires an upgrading, updating, relooking, retooling of some of these codes, some of these bylaws? I am aware that if you have a county assembly, perhaps these are some of the things they should be looking at, because this is a factor of legislation and determining, because there are rules and guidelines.
You know, there's something that has been a push, especially by the AAK, the Architectural Association of Kenya. One of the things they were pushing for was updating of, for example, the building codes, because we were still using building codes from a while back.
The previous century.
Yeah. And out of that engagement, for example, with the county of Nairobi, they were able to push for... They found there was a problem of who approves what and when. For example, you had, for the case of the South Sea building, you had somebody get an NCA certificate before they get the NEMA one. You have all these layers of who approves what and what.
Yes.
And they came up with a tool and a system where you can actually have all this unified, so that we reduce these gaps.
Does the system work?
Now, the uptake by the authorities is where the challenge comes in.
So we have uptake.
Yes.
Then there's something called zoning.
Yes, there's also zoning.
Yeah.
I remember in the previous assembly, there was a big fight when they wanted to change the zoning, for example, of Loresho. To allow for
start with the
Kilimani to allow for all this, and you find in all this push, there will be some MCAs who table such things. When you really dig down, who are they representing? Where was the discussion had with the people who will be affected by this zoning? Has there been a consensus before you can even do that, or is this driven by other interests? Because in a city, there's always various actors with differing interests. And that's why we say, when the business interests overshadow the citizen ones, you might find that a lobby that wanted to do now the rapid development you see might have lobbied these members in the assembly to have that zoning. And the voices, I know for sure there was resistance from the Kilimani residents, and I think even Ali tried to ride on that for his campaign. But eventually, the powerful had their way. The minority still have their say, but the reality on the ground is the zoning did change.
Do you think some of these problems we have is because the citizenry, if I may speak generally, don't really understand why all these rules and guidelines exist?
Sure. That for me is very, very key. Actually, part of the work we do is to try to get the citizens, first of all, to move from being a recipient, a passive actor in the city, to actually become an active one. And then for them to understand the implications of all this. Personally, I feel there is a responsibility also for these built environment associations, the AAKs, the KIPs, the Kenya Institute of Planners and others, to be at the forefront in terms of engaging the citizens and demystifying why these things, these rules, regulations exist and how the citizens can actually engage.
There is a body that oversights these residents' associations, or rather an umbrella body. Let me call it that. So there's a certain level of awareness, a certain level, I mean specifically that a certain level of awareness that people have with regards to the role that they must play. Now, given that we have public participation in our constitution, it makes it even easier. But in the absence of the knowledge that we've just mentioned, that absence stifles participation, because one will not see the need to participate, because one does not see the ramifications of what it is that is being done and how, for instance, it reflects on them?
I think one of the deficiencies we have, and in our approach, we always start with, do we have an alternative vision? Because you cannot move people just by the context or the text alone, that this law exists, you can do this. People are more emotive. They need to aspire to something. A lot of people might have resigned to the fate that, this place will never have good sewerage, it will never have adequate water, I need to sort myself. However, the leadership or the political leadership, do they paint what could be? Because once there is that kind of aspiration, I remember when Vision 2030 was coming out, there were some, at least, for example, if you look at Konza, you see a photo, it gives you an aspiration. Do you have a similar vision for your residential neighborhood or the city? Because if then you have that, it is possible to start to map, or even yourself to calculate, how do I fit in this probable future? How will my interests be taken care in this probable future? And then when that platform for participation is availed, you are actually going there to fight for something that you are aspiring to. However, I find there is always a disjoint in terms of the people of Kilimani might be aspiring to this kind of a neighborhood, but then they are overwhelmed by this rapid construction, and they feel probably powerless, and maybe their leadership there has not been able to paint this alternative vision.
Do you know what is actually of interest is this? These units that come up in places like Kilimani, I speak as a resident, they're occupied. It's not that they're empty. Not all are occupied. Some were determined for a particular purpose and have since changed purposes. Like some were meant to be purchased, they're now Airbnb and so forth. But for those who lived in units that were not high rises, one of the most shocking things is when it's being built, you don't actually see it. But when it's built, you're living in this unit, and there are something like 3 other units that are towering over you. Okay? So first of all, the intake of sunshine that you had disappears.
Yes.
Just for starters. And if it's an Airbnb, first of all, the noise. Because on weekends, I used to marvel, honestly. Did a disco open somewhere near here? Because the noise and the boom boom. Then I realized, no. It's the people who occupy those units who are playing that loud music and probably are celebrating something or the other. But as they do, in pure Kenyan style, whatever garbage they have, instead of using the facilities, they drop them down. So you can wake up in the morning and find in the little compound you have the little grass. So you find litter and you're wondering, where did this litter come from? It came from your neighbor. Okay?
Or a diaper.
Or you'll be amazed at things you find. Okay? But it doesn't occur to these people that there's actually somebody who's my neighbor who lives here. And so they're being inconvenienced. The inconvenience isn't the problem. No. Even the high rises are not the problem, because when people occupy them, you would assume that if the units are many, economies of scale will come in and they'll be affordable for somebody who ordinarily would not have afforded some of those bigger units that are there. So it caters for the aspirational aspect of the citizens of the city. That is fine. Where the problem arises is this: the absence of clarity as to how it is that these things should be done, because they pop up willy-nilly. That's why I brought in the concept of zoning. Because in the absence of that, there is no order.
Yes. Maybe I can share an example of some work we've done with Nakuru City.
Please do.
And this is, what we are lacking here is what we call inclusive urban planning. Some people might be aware what is being planned, others are in the dark. And the deficiency here always comes in because our type of public participation is so town hall oriented. Myself, I would have to take a day off from work to actually attend that. I might not even be informed sufficiently before I go. In Nakuru, we tried to leverage technology with other partners in a settlement called Bondeni. where they are planning to do regeneration. It's one of the oldest settlements.
Bondeni is definitely one of the very oldest in Nakuru.
Yeah, and what we did there is that this technology allows to turn that whole settlement into a 3D replica of itself, where residents are able to, by simple means of dragging and dropping icons that they've come with. This means street light, this means a public space, this means the market or that. And they were able, just by training the youth, they just set up a space. Then anybody can walk in from the resident, the settlement anytime, and they can say, this area here is where we get mugged a lot. I want a street light here. This area here is where the children should have their.
Who set this up?
So the tool itself is a proprietary tool by a company called Scenery, based in Germany. However, for them to turn that 3D, to turn the settlement into 3D, they had to engage with the city planners of Nakuru to put in the guidelines. For example, if a street light can only be 5 meters from the next one, if you try and drag and drop nearer, it will flag you out. It will show you all the possible areas, so that eventually the outcome is already in compliance with all the planning guidelines. And when we did that, the residents, you could see, people think people are not clever enough to be engaged in things like urban planning.
They are far more knowledgeable.
Yes. Because the plan that came out after, and I was bringing this to illustrate why then you won't end up with a club next to your home. They were able to allocate everything in its rightful place. And the plan being ready for plug and play is part of what now the city is considering as they do the regeneration plan. And now what that means is that the residents have a blueprint of theirs. Whoever comes in, whether it's a donor, whether it's what, they're able to just be shown, here is the water where we need. Plug in here. Because sometimes also you have so much interventions that are disjointed that sometimes end up creating a lot of planning confusion. It must, and this is the caveat, there must be the goodwill of that urban authority. Inclusive urban planning means somebody is balancing business versus citizens. Somebody is balancing profit and people. And sometimes that is the thing that we really need to unlock for inclusive urban planning to be actually achievable.
You see, the understanding of the citizenry as to what their rights are and to what it is that they should expect from the people, one, they elected into power, and those who govern over their lives in these urban settings, sometimes there's a deficiency there. Because if you do not know what to expect and you do not understand what is due to you, it is very easy for you to be taken advantage of. Now, these individuals whom we elect, whom we often wrongly refer to as leaders, they're just politicians whom we've elected. Leadership comes later when we see what it is that they have done that would qualify them as leaders. For the most part, they're just politicians we've elected to provide, to ensure we get the service that are due to us, but they very rarely do what they are supposed to do, very rarely. They serve other interests other than those of the people who elected them. The subject of the citizenry being well informed and understanding, one, what their rights are, be understanding how it is they can ensure that they participate in the processes that involve their lives in the areas they live in. I say it is fundamental because of this. If you look at the interests that, say, the business people would have, they would understand that it is in their interest to pocket and coerce even leaders within the residents' associations. They would know. So that even as you talk with these individuals, you realize different interests are being represented here. And the interest of the citizenry is lost somewhere in between. You can come up even with a very good plan. For instance, when you talk about urban renewal, or urban renewal and regeneration, one of the plans that is often had is when you have a PPP, you then bring in the aspect of the individuals who actually occupy that space and where they will be domiciled with the eventuality of that project being completed. And many people come up with wonderful plans where these individuals will actually have residential options. These individuals who are found there, the census is taken, it's documented. I see you smiling. I think you can see where I'm going with this, isn't it? Okay? And options are given, either for renting or for buying, or all manner of things. On paper, it sounds very good. If implemented, it would solve very many problems.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
However, that's where now the elected leaders become part of the problem as opposed to being part of the solution, because they tend to represent the interests, the commercial interests of the developers more than the interest of the people. So the very things that are said to be, should we say, proposed to be done, don't quite get done. Let me give you a case in point. The government, through the Department of Housing, has something called Boma Yangu. Most people in this country have absolutely no clue.
It is the Shah of housing.
Actually, no. If you look at Boma Yangu and what it does, it exists, it's real. It's not a phantom, it's actually real. What people are accustomed to hearing are the developments of the units that the president spoke of for a long time. Okay? But if people don't understand or do not know, and the people who do this, again, are the elected leaders, then what will then happen is narratives that people spread. So the whole talk around this particular gets confused, and people are not sure what it is they're dealing with. Because you're not sure whether you're dealing with affordable housing, you're not sure what they're dealing with. You're simply not sure. Partly, again, the communication about it isn't. Okay, now let's come to Nakuru. The residents of Bondeni.
Yes.
I grew up in Nakuru. So if I speak, I'm speaking from a very specific interest.
Okay.
Yes. What are the efforts that were undertaken or made to ensure that the residents of Bondeni, because Bondeni has had developments over time from the initial units that were there.
Yes.
What efforts were taken for people to ensure that they understand what is being done, what their participation is, and the benefits they hoped to derive as residents of Bondeni, not outsiders who understand the benefits probably better than they do. What efforts were made?
Yeah, I can give a thumbs up to the Nakuru City Board. And maybe just for clarity, we need to demystify and enable people to understand that urban is a third layer of governance. And part of the confusion, for example, is people expect the county. People have not yet understood the municipality and the relationship between the two. Because the elected leader is in the county, and then that elected leader, the governor, will lead a process of appointing, for example, a city board. He has his share of members he will appoint, then he will call upon other groupings, religious, resident associations to fill the other. Now, that board is not elected. How the expectation from the citizen will be mainly through the elected leader. However, how those two interact has not yet become clear.
Why?
Because first of all, there is always some competition between the baby and that hungry father. Let me say that. A lot of county governments felt threatened by the emergence of another power within. For example, if I use Nakuru City, the city itself is the heartbeat of the politics that the county leadership needs to control. If this is then controlled and managed by another body, there will always be that sibling rivalry.
Okay.
A lot of these towns these boards have actually been established not because of goodwill, but because of their demand by World Bank that for a county to access the Kenya Urban Support Program funds, you must have a city board or a municipality board that has been set up. And many of them are still nascent. They are starved of resources. You can come up with that plan, but you still need the resources from the county, also others from the national government. But now to come to the Bondeni situation, what I have seen the city board in Nakuru do is where they have maybe little resources or where they need technical support to engage these residents, not just in the town hall approach, which is actually excludes a lot of people. You remember a lot of our people, like in Bondeni, they're informal. They're in the informal economy.
Yes.
If they lose 3-4 hours coming for your meeting, they might have lost their daily
income. Yeah.
And therefore, it behooves that city board to bring in other partners who may be able to do other ways of engaging these citizens, who have the patience to, for example, distill this complex information into language, the local language. People who can even use multimedia instead of written text to discuss with them. People who can actually go door to door together with the city officials. For example, in Bondeni, the member of county assembly there was very proactive to enable, first of all, bring the what I call acceptance or buy-in of the residents that this is not yet another engagement, but this is actually geared to, and I'll assure you, your views will go into the regeneration plans. So if you see there is a state actor, there are non-state actors, but there is also the goodwill from the local representative to actually assure these people that the engagement is not in vain.
Okay.
I think many people have become apathetic because they go for public participation. They later realize they were used to rubber stamp some project.
Why must public participation be nestled in a town hall meeting?
I'm glad you've asked that, and this is being addressed by the 2025 public participation. Now they are doing again the bill. The threshold that was put by the existing law was quite low, and actually what we had were guidelines.
How do you envision a public participation exercise being undertaken?
I would quote the example that I've seen, which has had tremendous results in Makueni County, where the governor himself would lead that participation because he and his team would go to the people. Suppose the people coming to them, they would go and talk to the people about the things that the county has in mind regarding what they want to do, and then ask, okay, this is our thinking. Now, tell us what it is that you think and what you need so that we can merge the two and see how we can work. That, to me, is public participation.
Okay.
Yes.
So it can happen anywhere, in a market, town hall.
Actually, how do you participate in the community if you're not among them and with them? You need to go to where they are. Okay? Then, as they talk to you about the things that are dear to them, there are things you can actually see, you can understand, and they will feel that you are actually taking their view seriously because it is you who has gone to them.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. And actually, one component that makes the Makueni model work is the assurance that your feedback will be taken seriously.
Yes.
Because when the projects are being established, they also form a project management committee.
Yes.
By the local people. So once you know, I'll be able to be explained why this project was taken, this wasn't, and then I will monitor and oversight that project as it's being implemented.
Yes.
And I'll actually be part of, clearing the contractor before they get paid.
Yes.
That's power to the people.
Okay.
However, I think the interests between the business and some government officials sometimes do not want that kind of accountability, openness, and therefore, even though they know they can do it, and they've even done benchmarking, for example, in Makueni, they are still reluctant. And that's why I'm saying there has to be now a bottom up, for lack of a better word.
It's okay.
That is the best way of explaining it.
Yes. There must be that concerted effort, either by forming resident associations, this citizen forum that is anchored in the Urban Cities and Areas Act.
Yes.
So that people can now legitimately confront the urban authority and actually demand and tell them this is how we want to do our public participation.
Okay.
We want to be informed in time. We want to be able to get feedback on what was taken and what wasn't and why. And we want to be involved in the oversight alongside also their leadership, because the MCAs actually also are supposed to do oversight of some of these projects as they are being implemented. And that requires us to change the way we interact with urban areas.
Actually, it starts with how we think.
How we think.
Yes. You know why? The thinking that once someone is elected, you then abrogate whatever role you have in what happens to you, and that you wait for them to provide that service. Human beings don't function that way. You have to make them understand that they had better do what it is that they said they would do. Otherwise, there'll be consequences.
Exactly.
You see? So your participation doesn't begin and end with your voting. No. It starts with your voting. Holding people to account is something we haven't understood as citizens of the country. We seem to think that anyone whom we have elected, by the way, this is somebody you've given a job, and suddenly you've changed roles. They're now your boss, and you're the one who's employed them. See? That's why I said with the thinking. We must understand that the people we elect are people who work for us, and we have a right to demand of them to do the things we have elected them to do.
Yes.
We haven't quite gotten this, because so long as we don't, what masquerades as business opportunity with businessmen is extortion that is fueled by greed.
Yeah.
Because the disadvantage that the citizenry then faces is the very thing that they purpose and hope they would get is the guarantee that that is what they won't get.
Yeah.
Simply because of the component of greed which manifests itself as extortion. So everything you're being told sounds true, but it is to convince you that something is happening while it isn't.
We have like 2 minutes before we end this conversation. I just want to ask you quickly, smart cities, tech cities such as Konza, Tatu City and so on, are this the future of urban planning?
They are, however, in their current form and fashion, they are exclusion.
Okay.
Nash. So what we need is to use that technology to include citizens so that they are able to plan and direct how the smart city evolves. Currently, the smart cities just cater mainly for the business interests.
Yes.
Konza technology places a premium on bringing investors, and of course, poor people cannot afford to live in Konza City. But that can change if there is that understanding that we need to balance business versus citizen needs. So smart cities are the future if they are citizen-centered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Hapo umeniweka baridi kidogo.
No. That's what happens when knowledge is passed on to you. Before you are happily ignorant. Now you've been told.
Konza is in my neck of the woods. Sasa ninashangaa. Now that tumesema hivyo, now I'm asking myself, am I poor? Am I rich? Will I be able to afford this place?
Can I help you?
Yes, sir.
You're poor.
But closing remarks as we move forward, as we come to a close, in regards to especially what we are seeing in our headlines. No one is being brought to books or justice as far as these collapses are concerned. In the last couple of years, manyumba zimeanguka, hatuoni watu wakishikwa. Na kama wanashikwa after 2-3 months, hatujui kama wamefungwa, hatujui koti wamesema nini juu yao. We don't understand what's going on.
I think once again is that the business, the profit side of it, where in collusion with corrupt officials, have more power now than the regulatory part that citizens can use to check. For me, I would say there are good efforts. I've seen, for example, the Architectural Association of Kenya have this Mulika Mjengo project where they actually do highlight some of these poor buildings and all that. However, I think there is need for those the Kenya Institute of Planners, because they are the ones who understand this best, to join forces with, for example, resident associations, progressive leadership, to actually mount that pressure, educate the people, so that the people can then put the required pressure to see these guys being held accountable.
Okay.
Otherwise, there is a trend generally in Kenya where the mighty get away with
these kinds of crime.
These kind of things.
All right, Titus Koloki, thank you so much for having this conversation with us and for taking time to come and explain some of these concepts and things to us. We invite you, kama kawaida, feel free to get in touch, come back, and let's continue making this country a better place.
Asante sana.
Salamu ni nyingi tena sana I'm seeing on YouTube. I will get back in the next hour and probably just touch on some of your salams. But in the next hour, we are going to be hosting Saitaboy Olekanchori. He is the chief campaigner for Azimio as far as the 2022 elections were concerned. So do stand by for that conversation. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education will today announce the 2025 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education results. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Agamba is expected to preside over the event in Eldoret beginning at 9 in the morning at AIC Chebisas High School in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County. A total of 996,000 candidates sat for the national examination last year across various centers in the country. Molo Member of Parliament Kuria Kimani has faulted former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua for remarks he says could inflame ethnic divisions in the education sector. This follows comments made about the ongoing grade 10 school placement exercise addressing residents at Mishadha Secondary School during the commissioning of a classroom and a laboratory funded through the NG-CDF Molo constituency. Kuria described the remarks as retrogressive, primitive and dangerous. 4 people were arrested after a multi-agency security team carried out a crackdown on illicit alcohol in Vihiga and Kakamega counties. The operation, led by Western Regional Police Commander Issa Mohamud, resulted in the seizure of thousands of liters of illegal brews and various brewing equipment.
We will give a very serious warning to manufacturers. We will do it again and again, and we will do for this area, the whole of this region. We will do it seriously.
Meanwhile, Deputy Inspector General Eliud Lagat issued a stern warning to drug traffickers, vowing that authorities are closing in on them and their operations.
We will not allow our society to degenerate and to perish because of ethanol, because of alterated brews, bangi, and any other unaccepted drugs.
The United Nations has confirmed that its programs and operations will move forward as planned, even after the United States announced it is stepping away from numerous international bodies. UN leaders said the decision will not stop the organization from serving the millions of people who rely on its work worldwide. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres expressed disappointment over the U.S. withdrawal, but emphasized that the UN remains committed to carrying out the responsibilities entrusted to it by member states. Here is the UN Secretary General's spokesperson, Stefan Dujarric.
The Secretary General regrets the announcement by the White House regarding the United States' decision to withdraw from a number of United Nations entities. As we have consistently said and underscored, assess contributions to the United Nations regular budget and the peacekeeping budget, as approved by the General Assembly, are legal obligations under the United Nations Charter for every member state, including the United States. All United Nations entities will go on with the implementation of their mandates as given to us by member states. The United Nations has a responsibility to deliver for all those who depend on us, and we will continue to carry out our mandates with determination.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Federico Valverde scored a stunning early free kick as Real Madrid beat Atletico Madrid to set up a Clásico meeting with Barcelona in the Spanish Super Cup final. Rodrigo doubled Real's lead in the 55th minute before Alexander Soloth pulled a goal back for Atletico, but it was the 13-time Super Cup winners who prevailed to reach Sunday's final. Thursday's semi-final in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia was only 77 seconds old when Los Blancos captain Valverde sent a 30-yard free kick fizzing past Atletico goalkeeper Jean Oblak into the top corner. Paris Saint-Germain needed a stoppage time equalizer and a penalty shootout to beat Marseille in Kuwait and win a fourth consecutive French Super Cup. The Champions League winners looked to be cruising to victory in the game played between the winners of Ligue 1 and the Coupe de France after an early goal from Ousmane Dembele, but Marseille struck twice late on to lead as Mason Greenwood converted a penalty and William Pacho scored an own goal. Gonçalo Ramos snatched an equalizer in the final seconds to send the contest to penalties, and PSG goalkeeper Lucas Chevalier saved crucially from Matt O'Reilly and Hamed Traore. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. A big shout out to John Mutua. How are you doing, sir? You're saying, morning, my lovely TV. Movie, please stop disturbing my friend City. City, how have I disturbed you since we began the show this morning? There's
the individual who said that must have a reason why they've said it. Let's ask them why, what they mean.
Okay, I know he's pulling our leg, but we'll find out later. Marit amesema, good morning kings and queens. Hitting the gym is my new year resolution. 110 eco locked in. Marit, which gym is this? Tell me, I come. I also want to hit the gym, eh?
That is not true.
Fighter anasema City and Movie, good morning. Sisi tupo tu, Maduro tumemweka poa. That was a good conversation about astronomy. Interesting stuff. Yes, Fighter, indeed. Once in a while we like saying these things. Ndio mujue, we just don't talk politics on this show, yeah? Sungura Yonis anasema a constituency in northeastern receives 160 million a year. Average population is 20,000. Just imagine, that's 800 million in 5 years. Sungura, to me imagine. Masuko anasema happy new year City and Paul, thank you for the valuable edutainment watching from the True North. Masaku, True North ni gani hiyo? Kahawa Tiso anasema unapatiwa sweets pale kwa supermarket instead of 5 bob. Yeah, bad stuff. And then Fighter anasema, for your information, the US government is expected to stop producing new pennies for circulation by early 2026. CT hiyo story ya 50 bob, hiyo 50 shillings, the dilapidated one, has really imebambisha sungura sana. Then we have Abdi Malik saying, good morning Elder CT and Buvi. There is a feeling among the law circles and the Kenya School of Law is being used to control the law market. The ATP program was for a long time being offered exclusively by Kenya School of Law. Well, Abdi Malik, guess what? We have a lawyer in studio. We shall probably ask him that question. He goes on to say, but the Court of Appeal decision in the case of Otinga versus CS Ministry of Education, the monopoly has ended. Then we have Mary Josiah anasema, hi. Well, hi Mary. Wanjala, good morning CT and Paul aka Kyoko. Yesterday there's a guest who called me Kyoko. Tuning in from Tudor is Mr. President over... is Mr. President overworking, or is he supposed to be everywhere? Again, a good question, Wanjala. We have Saita Bao in studio. Anatusaidia kujibu hiyo swali. John Gishuki amesema hi all, well, hello, and last but not least, Christopher Oro amesema I'm locked to listen from Kanchori. That is Christopher Oro. Well, Christopher, thank you so much and welcome to Radio Generation. Well, in studio we do have lawyer, author for Baba the Fifth, and Raila's chief agent for 2022 elections. That is Saitabao Ole Kanchori. Wakili, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, Mbuvi. Good morning, City. Asanteni sana.
Right. Yeah. Kuna maswali umesikia yakiulizwa hapo about Kenya School of Law. There is that report that was released, I think, yesterday or the day before. Apparently, more and more students are failing that bar exam. You did that bar exam. How difficult or easy is it?
Oh, the bar exams are difficult anywhere in the world. You know, they're meant to be difficult because they're meant to sift. Because they are reading you now to the practice of law, not to the knowledge of law. Bar exams are not reading you to the knowledge of law.
Yeah.
The bachelor degrees makes you a lawyer. The bar exam makes you an advocate in Kenya.
Yes.
In the US, it makes you an attorney. In the UK, it makes you a barrister.
Right.
Or a solicitor. Actually, a barrister because a solicitor has not sat the bar exam in the UK.
All right.
Now, so by their very nature, they're very difficult. Even in our time, we dreaded them. We really dreaded them because many people had to take receipts many times. And it's normal.
Yeah.
It is meant to be like that. So I want to urge our young colleagues who are coming up, we want them to come up. I am for as many advocates. In fact, if the whole country could become a country of advocates, 60 million advocates, I'll be very happy.
Right.
Because lawyers play a critical role in a society because of the information and the power we have in terms of knowledge. And so therefore, you have already, to our young lawyers, you have already, jumped the first hurdle. You're already lawyers. You know, once you do your law degree, you're a lawyer. And, one lecturer told us, I think it was Vyas. He told us in campus,
right,
in Parklands here at the Faculty of Law, that there is all lawyers are pure gold. You know, never look at yourself as a lawyer because you are young and you think another lawyer is better. You say so. The young lawyer, old lawyer, you're all as good as each other. It is a matter of how you apply your law. So let them put a little more effort. Those who put more effort will pass.
Right.
But of course, also to the School of Law, let them be fair. Yeah, because if they are deliberately doing it just to reduce the numbers, then of course that is also not acceptable.
All right.
Yeah, but bar exams are always like that.
They're
Anywhere
difficult.
in the world, they're difficult.
But there's that question of why in the last 15 years we are getting increasingly more students failing these particular exams. Has something changed in the curriculum? Has something changed in the way they're being examined or how they're being marked?
No, it's about the knowledge. We're in the information age. People are getting to know that you can be anything you want to be, and it is their right to be. Because we grew up, some of us in our time, when we were told that for you to become a doctor, it is almost like rocket science. Even now, rocket science, some guys can debunk it, and they're not rocket scientists.
True.
So it is just the issue that we are in the information age. People are more and more informed.
Okay.
They are aware of their capacities.
Okay.
And also there is an interest because it is a noble profession, and it is okay for them to be.
All right.
I would want us to have as many lawyers, young lawyers,
right,
as possible. If we had more lawyers, you would not have the kind of lies that people are peddling around to the population, because lawyers cannot buy these stories. Because we are critical thinkers. Yeah.
In 2022, we had a general election, which Azimio lost. And I've, had you talk for the last couple of days, different interviews. But one thing that I really want to understand is who exactly was in charge of Baba's campaign? You are the chief agent for sure, but who exactly was in charge of Baba's campaign?
A campaign is a big thing, I would say. It is something that is done by many people, and the question of the campaign actually has not even arisen in any of our discussions.
Yes,
The issue that has arisen is the issue of agents. Okay.
Yes.
So the issue of agents, the issue of the campaigns actually went very well. I would say it went very well. And the people in charge of the campaigns, the campaign secretariat, which I was also part of,
yes,
as part of Raila Odinga's campaign board. I think we did a remarkable job. Winnie Odinga with her team of young people also did a commendable job in the campaigns because they were not involved in the agents issue.
Okay.
So the campaign, I think, was more or less blameless, I would say. The campaign secretariat, which was led by Elizabeth Mayo, who also doubled again as, we came to the command center because you have to create a nexus in these things.
Yes.
But the issue of agents is what now has continuously raised controversy.
Right.
I was a national chief agent.
Yes, you are.
And I have never run away from my responsibility. As a national chief agent, I was in charge. So to answer your question, I was in charge
of agents. Okay.
Because that is, legally, I was the one in charge of the issue of agents countrywide for Raila Odinga.
All right.
Now, when you are in charge, you need a team because it's a huge undertaking. So you need a team to manage that exercise. So the team usually is done in what we call a command center. A command center that manages now the nitty-gritty, the day-to-day activities of the management of agents.
Yes.
You are talking about over 100,000 agents across the country because we have 46,230 something polling stations. And in all those polling stations, you need 2 to 3, minimum of 2, and up to 3 agents per polling station. There are polling stations and then there are polling centers.
Okay.
But you focus on the polling station. Some polling centers have more polling stations. But even if you have one polling center with 5 streams, those are each stream is a polling station.
Okay.
Because the elections will be done in each stream. In fact, they now don't call them streams.
Yes.
So now you have to manage all these people. So you need a team and you need people who can assist you. Because the work of the national chief agent, is also very broad. You have to deal with IEBC. And ultimately, you have to be the one at the tallying center.
Yes.
At the national tallying center.
In this case, Bomas.
In this case, it was Bomas last time.
Okay.
And so the people who were the hands-on were the people at the command center. That command center, interestingly, even as a national chief agent and my team, because I was not working alone. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Let me just put this off. I thought I'd put it, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, so I will not lose my train of thought.
It's okay.
Because it's important.
Yes.
I didn't work alone. Yeah, as a national chief agent, I had assistants, deputies.
Yeah.
So I had Dr. Odoro Ngwen. I had Dr. Caroline Karugu. I had Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. And we had our lawyer Paul Mwangi.
Okay.
So they were supposed to help me in that work.
They were your deputies
My
as
deputies.
far as agencies concerned.
So the 3, Professor Wakindiki, Dr. Ngwen, and Dr. Caroline Karugu were my deputies, and Paul Mwangi was our legal advisor.
All right.
So it was, it's an enterprise. It's not a small thing. People have been saying Kanchori. Kanchori is not a magician. I cannot do all these things alone. So there is a team that comes, in play. Now, so that team has a lot of work other than the nitty-gritty of managing agents. So the command center is supposed to do that. So I would say, in terms of management of agents, it was the duty of the command center.
All right.
To answer your question more directly,
okay,
it was the duty of the command center. The people in charge of the command center were 3. The head of the command center was Professor Makau Mutua.
Right.
Junet Mohammed, who now I hear is also called Junet Sheikh Noor.
Okay.
We didn't even know that.
All right.
Hizi majina zinatokea. Hizi vitu mafaili zimeanza kufunguliwa. But Junet was I would say overly in charge because he could override anybody. Because Junet we saw Junet like he was Baba. Whatever Junet said,
yes,
that is what
that was the law.
That was Baba's word.
Okay.
So a lot of the things that happened even in terms of this person do this or this decision or the other one, it was Junet. Now, Joe Musheru sneaked himself in because, of course, we had our partners in the Jubilee who were in government.
Okay.
And he became in charge of the logistics and the IT
when you
at
say,
the command center.
When you say sneaked in, does it mean that he just showed up and said, guys, I'm in charge of this? Or did someone tell you CS Musheru is in charge of this?
So CS Musheru is an IT man.
Yes.
He is an IT, I understand, supposedly an IT expert. I don't know. He was also the ICT CS in that in the previous government.
Yes.
In that government, in Uhuru's government.
Right.
And so he came in the pretext, and that's why I said he sneaked and slithered himself into our midst.
Okay.
A more slippery snake you'll never find, by the way. And he came in the pretext of that I will set for you guys the tallying system. ICTCS.
Okay.
I'm in charge of, I will do
this infrastructure.
The infrastructure for tallying. I will do for you something even better than what Bomas will have.
Okay.
We will have real-time results. Before they get to Bomas,
tutakuwa nazo.
Ours will be the most efficient in the history of tallying.
Before CS Musheru presented himself, did you have another option in regards to that particular infrastructure?
We had a lot of options. We had people, including experts from Kenyan expatriates, who had offered their services for free to us. We presented these things and they were rubbished.
All right.
Yeah, we had a lot of people who were volunteers. People loved Raila Odinga. Genuinely, we had people who closed shops, in parts of this world where they are doing very well, to come and try to help. But that was not.
All right.
That is not what happened.
Right, when you say it, when you say that wasn't out, who was this authority that could dismiss the volunteer work that some people were offering? Who? Because we have Junet. Okay, now you're mentioning Joe Musheru. Who else had the power to do this?
So most of these things that I'm saying, it was mostly Junet and Professor Makau Mutua, because they were the ones in charge of the command center.
Okay.
Who would say, but we already have Joe Musheru. Why do we need someone else?
Okay.
We have the CS. Wewe bwana Kanchori, wewe unataka kuleta watu wa kutoka River Road na tuko na CS. There's nothing I was not told.
Okay.
Yeah, and we even had an alternative tallying center. Because when we saw what was happening or what was likely to happen, although at the time, it didn't look suspicious. A lot of these things, they say hindsight is 20/20 vision. So a lot of these things you can only tell after the fact, because we are not angels. When things are happening in that kind of environment, you really cannot tell that these people mean to sabotage or they don't mean well.
Okay.
But we were cautious enough to say, as a team, our team of the national agents team, my team.
Yes.
We were cautious enough to say, let us not rely entirely on this Jubilee infrastructure. Let us set up an ODM infrastructure for tallying. So Dr. Odworo Ngwen, who is the executive director of ODM.
Yes.
And a long-time ally of Raila Odinga. The most trusted, I would say, possibly even than anybody else, in terms of how long he has worked with Raila Odinga. He has spent detention days in the torture chambers with Baba and so on. He's a political detainee, and this man has a history with Raila. He was part of my team, and we sat down. As a team, and we said we have to have an alternative. So we set up an alternative tallying center for ODM now. We said this is now a backup system. When Junet learned of it,
yes,
there was, all hell broke loose. For the first time, I don't know what they told Baba.
Yes.
Because I don't know, it was their own communication. But Baba got so angry about this, what we were doing.
This alternative center.
Alternative center.
Was it supposed to be a secret?
No, it was not supposed to be secret.
Okay.
They made it public. That is why Junet heard about it.
Yes, but we had to, because you cannot run a clandestine thing within a team.
Okay.
So we told them this is only for backup. It was only a backup mechanism. It was disbanded, at the behest of Junet, because they poisoned Baba. They poisoned him and they told him very nasty things about Odworo Ngwen. Odworo Ngwen, I had to sit down with him and tell him, just relax. He was almost resigning. He was so angry. He told me, Kanchori, I cannot do this. I told him, my brother, you've come a long way with Mzee. Please, this is, we are in the tail end of this thing. let us just it's okay if Mzee doesn't want it. We are only here to take instructions.
Right.
We will do what they say.
All right.
So if all those things had not been interfered with, at least we would have had a backup system. And even though they insisted that we disband that tallying center, when we saw the mess that was being created, we ultimately tried to put the tallying center in place. And whatever information that we got, it was that tallying center, our alternative tallying center, that was able to collect a few things.
Yes.
Can you imagine the Joe Musheru tallying center never collected even one form? One form. It's these things. It is the betrayal that I saw in that place. I have written a book about it, but I think it needs an encyclopedia.
Yes.
You need volumes and volumes to describe the kind of betrayal, the kind of mischief, conmanship
that you witnessed,
that went on in that place.
Yes.
It was the highest level of betrayal and conmanship that you will ever find anywhere in the world.
Wakili, during your tenure as the chief agent, who were you reporting to?
I was reporting to Raila Odinga.
All right.
Yes, I was reporting to Raila Odinga. But I would only report to Raila Odinga the things that were in my purview as chief agent.
So, for example, when you wanted to do something and then you would be blocked from continuing, did you ever report it to Baba and say, by the Mheshimiwa, there's something I'm trying to do here, but I'm being blocked, I'm being, cut at the knees? Did you ever bring that? Yeah.
Many times. There was nothing of significance. I happen to just be someone who speaks my mind, and all these people know. There is nothing that I felt that was of note that Baba needed to know that I didn't tell him.
Okay.
I would call Baba some days at 3 a.m. and tell him, by morning we need to have this decision made.
Yes.
This is what is going on. Some days I would go and knock on his door at night. Mama Ida can attest.
Yes.
I used to go and knock. I disturbed him so much.
Yes.
Trying to, it was my work. As a national chief agent, you're basically a watchman.
Right.
And when you're a watchman and you see thugs coming, you cannot sit and say, wamekuja kututembelea. Your business is to raise an alarm. I did.
One question.
I was called an alarmist. I was called a perfectionist. I was called many things. Kanchori, you're still young. So, damu yako iko joto, nini. All those things I was told.
There's something CT and I have been asking ourselves ever since this whole issue of money, agency tokeze. Number one, how much money was it? Because we've had it's $500 million. Was it $500 million? Was it more than $500 million? Was it less? How was that money disbursed? Was it a check? Was it M-Pesa transfers? Was it bank transfers? Was it cash in hand? What walikuwa napewa bash? How much money and how was it disbursed?
So I never really got to know the details about the money. I learned about it later, not after the election, but that the last days.
Yes.
Because the information came out, because we used to have regular meetings.
Yes.
This is something you do. You have meetings in the morning, you have meetings in the afternoon, and meetings at night. You are always meeting to know what is going on. And so the issue of money was never discussed in any of those meetings. But I followed up, and I was told, Kanchori, don't worry, bwana. Easy bit, they're done.
Who told you?
I believe at that time the information I can't remember who gave me that information.
Right.
It's just someone in the command center. I think it could have been Makau Mutua.
All right.
Because he's the one I would in constant communication with. Told me the money for agents has been paid. We are okay. And the agents, even the deposit, this is like almost a week to the election. The deposit has been disbursed. It's okay.
Because I was thinking, you being in charge of agents, you'd make sure if you have Paul Mongala Mbuvi, an agent in Kitui County, you'd at least make sure, even if you're not in direct contact with me, the people above me utajua watu wako wamepata pesa. Haya sawa, tuko kazi, haya fiti. You talk to those in Kiambu, mmepata mambo yenu, mko sawa, tuende kazi. Did that ever happen with you?
Mbuvi, let me answer the first question, then I answer that one.
Thank you.
The first question you asked, how much was it?
Yes.
So I in the process we there was information even at that time that from our partners. One of our partners, of course, at the time was Jubilee. And it is not a secret that the retired President Uhuru Kenyatta supported Raila's candidature.
Very true.
And so it was said that money was released from that side.
Okay.
I don't know whether directly or indirectly or whatever it was. And it was said that money was about 500 million, which is what was needed at that time to pay agents. Now, the information that we got from the command center run by those three people, Junet Mohammed, Professor Makao Mutua, and Joe Musheru, because Joe Musheru ran the actual logistics of what I'll answer your next question with.
Yes.
It was Joe Musheru who ran it. Now, they say that money was received and it was paid out. It was paid out. So if there is someone who knows exactly how much, because even me, this figure, it is a figure I am only hearing. You know, you can only talk of things you know.
Yes.
The figure of 500, although that figure has not been controverted.
All right.
So we can say it has been substantiated. So the 500 million that they say they received, because they said it, even to me, they also say they paid out. Later, as it turned out, some people were not paid. Now, coming back to your question.
Yes.
Some people were not paid. And in terms of communication, the national chief agent cannot communicate to agents directly. Because agents, you're talking about over 100,000 people.
Yes.
We had a logistics team, which I had proposed someone else to run it because of the issue of competence. But Joe Musheru brought a wonderful young lady there who was supposed to run it. And that team is the one that was now in charge of calling agents, following up, disbursing letters, even ensuring that the money has reached, confirming everything. It was supposed to now run that communication, what you're talking about.
Yes.
Now, those people did nothing. But I can tell you, those were the instructions they were given. Because simple things, even letters that I had signed a month to the election, they did not dispatch them. Letters alone.
When you say nothing, what do you mean?
I mean, those people, the way you are saying, you can follow up and say, have the agents for Narok been paid? Have the agents for Makueni been paid?
Yes.
And it's not that hard because you just need, there's a system. We had a county chief agent. We had a county coordinator. And we had a county advisor.
Yes.
And the county advisor was sitting at the command center.
Right.
So the communication goes like that. So the county advisor would talk to the county coordinator. And the county coordinator will talk to the will give you information from the agents. Because we even had ward coordinators. It's a whole infrastructure. Now, that team is what they were supposed to do. But those people sat around drinking coffee, drinking tea, drinking big bottles of water like this, flavored water, doing nothing. I am telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Doing nothing. I shed tears in that command center. A Maasai man shedding tears. Tears, City.
Why were you shedding tears, Wakili?
Because I and this one happened now when I saw that this thing has actually collapsed. Yeah. I looked at it, I said, my goodness, we have been messed up. And even after the election, when I went to address, because there were some people in the command center who actually tried to, so I had to go and address them. And I could not address them. I was so emotional. It was just, it was terrible. But the sabotage was very deliberate. Because you cannot fail to do the obvious. Like now you've asked me a simple question. Was there communication to say, has this one been done?
Yeah.
Even forget the money. Agents have to be appointed.
Yes.
Before I was appointed agent, I needed an appointment letter from Raila Odinga. Without that, I could not have been his agent.
Okay.
So for all the agents in the country, I issued appointment letters.
For all of them?
For the all entire 100,000?
Yes. We dispatched 100,000 letters, which was pre-signed, and some of them even left blank to be filled just in case there is a change.
Okay.
We had rooms and rooms full of letters signed by myself.
Okay.
I understand those letters, some of them were thrown away. They were not even issued.
Were any letters ever delivered?
Some were delivered. Yes. Some were delivered. Some were delivered.
What percentage of the letters that were supposed to be delivered were actually delivered? Do you have any idea?
I would say maybe about 30%.
About 30%?
Yeah.
So 70 were not delivered?
Yes.
So if 70 were not delivered...
On time. The 30% I'm saying is the ones that were delivered on time. And the on time was the day before the election. These are things that I had done a month to the election.
Wait. So these, you have agents, you know the numbers, you know where they are, they have names attached to them. Okay. How are they agents and they have not received appointment letters?
Exactly. You see, the other thing that happened is, the list of agents from the command center. I have said this before. That list kept changing. You know, there was a continuous, you know, we would, do you know, on the day of the election, the morning of the election, Junaid Mohammed should deny this, because this is information that I have directly. I know. On the morning of the election, he brought a new list. On the 9th of August.
A new list of agents?
From one of the, I think it was one of the counties in Nyanza.
Yes.
I can't remember which one. I think actually 2 counties, not just one. Says hii watu tumebadilisha, hii watu ingine tumeona wamenunuliwa. And there was always that story that there's a vetting that has been done somewhere. And the list that we had, the ones we trained, the ones we had even paid deposits, those ones are compromised. We need new ones. And it was a continue. You know, that's how you sabotage an election. Okay. If today you run your own election movie, even as an MCA, and I know you can do a lot better than that. If you do what these people did, you will never get elected.
Okay.
Even if you're how popular, because you cannot be elected when you're sabotaging yourself.
Okay.
And when you got sabotage from someone like Junaid Mohammed, someone like Makau Mutua, someone like Joe Musheru, that was internal, deep tissue, internal sabotage.
Wakili, if I may ask, you have a situation where there were lists that you had originally of agents. Okay? The day before the election, election ni kesho, new lists are provided. Now, the agents that we speak of, that you had, if letters had not been given to them, how were you training them? What was the basis of the training, and yet they had not been appointed?
That's a point, City. You know, if you keep changing the agents like that, and you are bringing agents who have not been trained, agents who have not also been appointed properly, because if you're bringing them last minute, there's no time to issue letters to those people. So the idea in doing that is to ensure there are no agents. So to answer your question, all this thing was deliberate. It was deliberate to ensure that we don't have agents, because these people, our opponents, also were working with IEBC. The only way the IEBC conspiracy would have succeeded is to collapse the agent system first. Once you collapse the agent system, IEBC was at liberty to do anything in terms of bungling the election.
Can I ask this question?
Ask, City.
Because this one I don't know. When you have agents, because one assumes you have them way ahead of the elections, does IBC get involved? Do they know the names of your agents? Are they aware who the agents are? Is there an accreditation? How do I identify? Because there's a polling center and I'm an agent. How do I identify myself as an agent for this party? How is that process undertaken?
Yeah, so the IBC will only get to know about your polling station agents on the day of the election.
On the day of the election?
On the day of the election. And when they present their documents, you know, they present their appointment letter, their accreditation letter, and they present the oath of secrecy.
And all these are provided?
All these things were there.
And they're provided, they are provided for by the party?
By the party. By the party or the candidate.
And these are the package that you've spoken of, these are the documents that were sitting in a room somewhere and should have been delivered, and you say
someone never delivered.
Someone never delivered.
Many were not delivered.
Oh, many were not delivered.
Yeah.
So if many were not delivered, then it means that if you don't have these documents, are we to assume therefore that you cannot actually participate as an agent at a polling station?
Yes, you cannot. You cannot participate.
Because and that credentials, how do you participate?
Yeah,
as
you are not. You've not been appointed, so you cannot just walk in. It is that letter that makes you an agent, you know, and then the other documents just support it.
Did you ever ask for documentation when people say we have paid? That number of people, it has to be M-Pesa or some form of payment, electronic payment. Was any evidence provided? If indeed you did ask and say, okay, you say you've paid, is there evidence that you've paid them?
I was not even concerned about the issue of payment myself, and I didn't want to get involved, and I'm happy I didn't. There were people handling that. So when they said they had done it,
you took their word for it.
I took my word for it. Their word for it. I took their word for it, and I didn't want. Actually, it was deliberate. I didn't want, because I that is where problems always come in. So I deliberately avoided the issue of money. Yeah, because I had a bigger job to do.
Again, remind us, at what point did you realize that the agent situation on the ground had been sabotaged? Was it on election day, a day before election day, or the morning after election day?
So I didn't know how bad it will be.
Yeah.
Because you see, they kept saying, that they're still doing it. I didn't know how bad it was until a day to the election. A day to the election is when I knew this thing is actually worse than I even thought.
So because we did elections on Tuesday, so on Monday is when you found
Monday. And that is the day I had to go also to my village and vote, because I needed to vote very early.
Yeah.
And come back. I voted, I was the first person to vote, just at the break of dawn.
Yes.
And I had to be back in Nairobi to see how everything else is being done.
Did you have agents at your polling station?
I had agents at my polling station.
Because
in some areas, the candidates came in to secure, those are some of the things we did last minute. And I have said before, if we did not come in to manage the situation now, like you heard the governor of Makueni, Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Yes.
say that they had to rush in now and give us their agents to be the presidential agents. And in many other places in the country, we managed to do that. But in some places, we couldn't. So, the candidates for the other seats, some of them now came in and provided their agents to double as Raila Odinga's agents.
Okay.
And that's how even we managed to ensure that, the election was not outrightly bungled.
Okay.
Otherwise, Baba could have lost by a big margin, because they would have just gone into any polling station and done what they wanted.
So you're saying now the individual parties were in Azimio, and we're giving Wiper as an example. Instead of following the process that was supposed to have been followed from the command center, they decided that they were now going to appoint their own people to oversee some of these polling stations within the regions where they had candidates.
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
But that was not the original plan.
That was not the original plan.
Yes.
That was not the original plan. Something very strange happened. And these things, like I said, is an encyclopedia that needs to be written. A month to the election, the UDA party, wrote a letter to IBC and said they will not have agents for candidates. They will only have one agent for the party.
Okay.
Now, I told my team, we have a golden opportunity. For us, our communication would be, we will give, our candidates will be the ones to appoint agents, so that we have more agents.
Yes.
Because as Azimio, we had other parties and other seats also.
Yeah.
Do you know there was communication in ODM? This one I don't know who eventually made that decision. And they said, no, let us also do the way UDA said. These people, can you imagine?
We have a single agent as well.
Can you imagine?
For everything.
Can you imagine, City? It is laughable.
Somebody came up with that idea.
And they wrote a letter. It is in the, if you search, it is there, that ODM will also have just a
single agent.
A single agent. And we said, what is all this?
Are you telling me that decisions were being made without a consensus, or there was a consensus that was outside the purview of the chief agent?
Some of these decisions, are above me, even as chief agent. Yeah, even as chief agent, I could not overrule ODM as a party that.
Can we just go back now? Let me tell you, what was your role as chief agent? What exactly was your mandate?
I have said in my book, City, that I was more agent than chief. I like that. Yeah, I like the laugh. But it is true. I was more agent than chief. So an agent does not have a lot of powers of their own.
No.
You do what you are told. And if you are overruled by those who, either by the candidate or the principal,
yes,
or by those who are closer to the principal and appear to express his decisions, then you go by that. So some of these things, I was overruled as agent.
Okay.
Because I did not have the ability to overrule, even when I could see that this decision is really not the right decision.
Yeah.
Whatever they said, carry the day.
So it's about these. There are several individuals who had a stake in Baba's presidency during that time. Kalonzo Musyoka, actually, sorry, Martha Karua, who was the running mate, Kalonzo Musyoka, and several other bigwigs within the party, within the Azimio coalition. Did you ever try and reach any one of them? For example, the running mate. Did you ever talk to Honorable Martha Karua and tell her, mheshimiwa, hapa kuna kitu bana inafanyika na kuna vile najaribu kuongelesha baba na ni kama haoni?
We talked to all of them. We talked to all of them. We had crisis meeting after crisis meetings. It was a crisis after crisis after crisis. But Waswahili wanasema sikio la kufa halisikii dawa.
Yeah.
When all those things were done, Bovi,
Yes.
because we also had an interest to ensure that the election was a success. I mean, we were stakeholders. So, and we had put in a lot of time and effort in these things.
Yes.
So we some of us, and it's not just me. I mean, we had people like James, or the governor of Siaya. We had Raphael Tuju, we had Charity Ngilu, we had key people in Azimio.
Joho, Oparanya, all these folks.
Oparanya, although those ones did not get involved. The experts, by the way.
Yeah, but you could have at least told them, Bana, talk to Baba Bana.
That story. Kalonzo Musyoka, all of them.
Yeah.
But when they say there's information they will give us, and they tell us this thing is sorted. But you guys relax. What is your problem? So when you're told that by the candidate himself, for example, or by people who are
principals within
Azimio, or by someone like Junet, who was now the one who was like the connector of everything. He was the one connecting.
He was the nerve center.
He was the nerve center.
Yeah.
And he kept saying, mambo iko sawa, kila kitu iko sawa. And even when there was confusion on all this, there was always some kind of assurance. So, and we did not expect that they will be deliberate in their sabotage.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that is what happened.
There's something I wanted to ask. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm perplexed. And I'm going to explain to you what I'm perplexed about. That you have a national election. You have principals who have an interest in the party. They have a presidential candidate. You have a chief agent. And every time there is an issue, from what you're saying, you're informed everything is under control. And yet you're raising an issue because from where you sit, you can see everything is not under control. So if then allegations are made and it is said, something seems to have gone wrong here, and probably some people who had been unduly influenced, unfortunately, the skepticism, the problem I have, if I were to take that train of thought to its logical conclusion, what role then did the other principles within Azimio play? Because I would have assumed that when you have a coalition, you're a check and balance to each other because you all want to ensure that you win.
Yeah, City, may I ask that, Waswahili wanasema yaliyopita si ndwele. We are dealing with a situation that we are in. We are now preparing for another election.
Yes, we are.
And I saw even in your caption today, you're talking about what is the future. All these things that we are talking about. The most important thing now is what about what is going to happen? What is the future? The future, because these things will happen again. The problems that came up in the Azimio fiasco of 2022 are very easy to be repeated, and I can tell you if the teams the formations that are coming up do not learn from the mistakes of 2022, they will repeat, because they say that history is only important for one reason, so that we don't repeat it.
We'll definitely talk about the future, no doubt about it.
So these things about the what happened in 2022, they are only important as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Insofar as they can help us in the future. They can help us to avert similar crisis in the future. Because we're in a country where we are talking about elections as if elections are something that they are a game that one team can be allowed to outsmart the other, because it's almost like it's things that are supposed to be done in the dark, where whoever is more cunning carries the day. We have a commission, the Independent Election and Boundaries Commission, whose role is to deliver credible elections, free, fair, transparent, credible elections. Now, even in this mess of agents, which as Azimio we were in, and which we created as Azimio, we still had a buffer, because we had a body that was supposed now to protect the vote, because it is their constitutional duty to deliver if you look at the Constitution does not place the burden of protecting the vote on us as candidates or agents. It places that burden on IEBC.
Yes.
IEBC has a huge burden, has a huge budget, has, all the personnel it needs.
Yeah.
An agent, we were talking about 500 million for agents. IEBC has billions of shillings.
60 billion for the next election.
From the taxpayers, from public coffers. So the conversation that I would want us to have, honestly speaking,
yes,
is a conversation as to how do we ensure that there is electoral justice and electoral sanity moving forward. Because we have already seen from this newly established IEBC
yes,
that in the by-elections that they held, their first litmus test, they failed and flopped miserably.
Yes.
Miserably. And what does that tell us? It tells us that we really should be concerned as a nation, not as any individuals, but as a nation. Because we are being told a lot of stories about how Kenya can be transformed into a first world country. We are being told about Singapore. By the way, I don't know why anybody will talk about Singapore in comparison to Kenya. Singapore is a small city-state that has developed because it had leadership. It's a small city-state the size of Nairobi that has nothing that Kenya has. Kenya is the only country in the world that has snow-clad peaks in the equator. Kenya is the only country in the world with a national park in the city. Kenya has the 8th wonder of the modern world. This country cannot be compared with small little Singapore, with a population of Nairobi and its environs.
Fortunately,
and
I agree with you.
And Singapore.
Yeah.
By the way, we have very ignorant leaders. Singapore should want to be Kenya. The only reason Singapore is there is because they didn't have corruption. They didn't have leaders who are crooks and conmen, and it was not built on lies. You cannot build a country on lies, and you cannot build a country on electoral fraud. So some of these things have to be done from the root. They have to be done from the root. So a country like Kenya that has beauty from the Great Lakes to the shining seas, and everything in between, is a country with tremendous potential.
Yeah.
The rest of the world should want to be Kenya, not the other way around.
The reason why this discussion is important, there is a term that is used, and depending on the discipline you want to attach it to, it can have a slightly different meaning. The word is revisionism.
Yeah.
When you are talking about revisionism in the academic sense, it is very important. You look at past events, you look at new information that comes out over time, and then you throw in hindsight, and you base it on what you then know. Correct. It gives you a clearer understanding of who did what when, and that forms the bastion or the foundation on which now you can understand the future. Political revisionism is a completely different matter because people cherry pick the information that they want to highlight, and worst case scenario, they will even alter and change the reality of what actually happened and state it as though what they're saying is the absolute truth, even when the evidence contradicts it.
Correct.
So it is important. Why it is important is you can't talk of 2027 and not have a revisionist moment. Because sweeping things under the rug, Truth and Justice Commission finding under the rug, okay? Ndungu report on land reforms under the rug. Important policies and issues that have been brought up in this country to try and change things for the better, spoken of loudly and then forgotten under the rug. Okay? This one, because you've come up and we're talking about it, we are going to revise this thing. This one we're going to talk about. The reason why we must talk about it is because there are those who would prefer that the narrative that they have made popular be the one that is acceptable.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we had an election, fact. Queries were raised, fact. People went to court, fact. Very many issues came up. There are facts which abound. And all of them were even made even more interesting when the U.S. High Court, not Kenya.
Yes, absolutely.
Spoke on something.
Just the other day.
Yes, exactly. Spoke on what happens here.
Correct.
And what their pronouncement seems to tally with some of the things you are saying here. Okay? They spoke about something very definitive in a specific area, but it tells you all was not well with that election. So we cannot not look at it. We cannot not talk about it.
Yes.
We cannot not go into details. Because if we don't do that, then it is futile talking about 2027. Because what are we going to be discussing about 2027 if we're not looking at the pitfalls of 2022 and what actually happened?
You know, City, when you talk like that, you bring tears to my eyes. I can tell you, me, I'm a bit of an emotional person when it comes to Kenya. I love this country so much, to be honest with you. And some of these things you hear us doing, there are people who say, apana shika murima. For some of us, apana guza Kenya. I have no problem, by the way, with William Ruto. People think I have anything. William Ruto is actually a friend. If I was to find him, to meet him, I will consider him. I consider him a friend. But I have a problem with anybody mismanaging this country. It doesn't matter who you are, because we don't have another country. City, I love what you have said, and I am the last person who will ever ask for anything to be put under the rug. I am the only person who has taken the trouble. Do you know how hard it is to write a book? Do you know how hard it was for me to write that book?
It is very difficult even to write an article.
An article. Yes. I have written a book with 7 chapters on this election. I sat down, I wrote that book in a period of about 4 months. Do you know how hard it is to publish a book, write and publish a book in 4 months? I stayed awake for hours on end. I typed until my fingers I could not feel my fingers. 4 months to publish a book, to write and publish a book. The reason I did that is because of what you've just said. These things we have to bring them out. Because too many times, this was the 5th election that Baba was participating in. And out of the 5, at least 3 were bungled. At least 3 out of the 5 were bungled. And bungled so badly. And nobody ever took the trouble even to say just a small report, to do a small report and say this is what happened, that we can learn from. And so I said no. Because of the position that Baba gave me, I will be the first person to do it. I will put it on record. And if you look at that book, because, it is a book that has been widely read in this country. All these things that we are saying, including the role of Azimio, the role we played in the mess, the role of IEBC, the role of our opponents, all of those were put there. We must not, as a country, we must not allow such things to happen, to continue happening, because we cannot build a country on fraud.
Yeah.
We cannot build a country, the will of the people is so fundamental that when you go to the ballot, you need to know that ballot counts. I actually look forward to a day when we will not require agents. I really look forward to that day when IBC can actually just deliver a credible election.
Yeah.
And that day, unfortunately, is not really looking like it is
coming anytime soon.
Anytime soon, because we seem to be getting in a worse place, not a better place.
I know you have your reservations as far as the current IEBC as constituted is concerned, and we're going to be talking about it shortly. But we have about a minute before we take a break, and there's something I told City when this whole issue of $500 million came up. I told City, mimi hata nikikupatia shilingi 500 ni kutuma uniletee kahawa na hiyo kahawa ikose kufika, tutakosana vibaya
sana.
Did the former president Uhuru Kenyatta ask about his $500 million that he contributed towards this particular cause of the agents?
Mbuvi, I don't know. Again, that assumption that Uhuru Kenyatta contributed 500 million. First of all, we've never heard from him.
Okay.
This is reported. We also don't know whether it was from Jubilee as a party or from Uhuru Kenyatta as a person.
All right.
So a lot of these things, we don't know. And ultimately, there has not been any communication, one way or another, from Uhuru Kenyatta. So some of these things, we cannot speak for Uhuru Kenyatta.
All right.
Yeah.
Even his brother, Mohoho, nothing from them.
Nothing from them. But because we have not seen them asking for a refund, or maybe they were whatever information they were given, maybe they are satisfied. So, but I cannot speak for either of them.
All right.
Kama pesa ingekuwa yangu, Junet ningemkimbiza mbaya sana. Hiyo pesa, hiyo mimi pesa yangu 500 million umeramba. My friend,
we're going to have problems.
He would have had issues.
We're taking a short break, but we'll be right back after the news with Winnie Maganga. Saitabao Ole Kanchori is in the studio talking about the elections of 2022, and of course we'll be talking about the prospects of 2027. Don't go too far. We will be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Urban governance expert Titus Kaluki has warned that Africa's rapid urbanization is outpacing inclusive planning, with Kenyan cities increasingly prioritizing profit over people. Speaking during an interview in Radio Generation, Kaluki noted that by 2050, about 70% of Africa's population will be living in urban areas, with cities growing by an estimated 25 million people every year. He observed that while urbanization is inevitable and already underway, governance systems have failed to keep pace with the scale and complexity of this growth.
What is driving that kind of investment? Because I think, in my own analysis, this is more of profit oriented. What can I be able to put up in a small piece of land somewhere where speculation is high and I can make huge returns, without actually necessarily thinking, what do the people really want? What does the market want? And it brings to question, and I don't want to cast aspersions, but I've had other people comment on this. A gentleman called Odhiambo saying that when you see such kind of rapid development with a low occupancy but 84% sold, maybe it could be a process of laundering also of money.
The government has stepped up efforts to achieve its target of planting 15 billion trees by 2032 by expanding seedling production nationwide. Environment Cabinet Secretary Deborah Baraza toured a major tree nursery in Kiambu County as part of the campaign to restore forest cover, create employment and combat climate change. Situated on an 8-acre parcel of land, the nursery is projected to produce up to 8 million seedlings each year.
And in the seedling production, we are having 300 tree nurseries that should be able to produce 2 million seedlings, totaling up to 600 million, and 17 mega tree nurseries. So we'll be having 1 billion seedlings being produced in a year.
The government has released 877 million shillings to help 438,804 households caring for orphans and vulnerable children, aiming to improve their well-being, education, nutrition and health. Payments under the cash transfer for orphans and vulnerable children. The program will start today through a designated payment service provider. The allocation covers the November 2025 payment cycle, with each eligible household receiving 2,000. Minnesota officials said the FBI has blocked their access to an investigation into the fatal shooting of a woman by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent. People have taken to the streets of Minneapolis to protest the killing of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, who died on Wednesday after being shot in her car. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has accused the Trump administration of blocking state officials from involvement in the case. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
We are back. It is 5 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I'm with Siti Muga in the studio, and I'm also with the lawyer and author, and also Raila's chief agent for the 2022 general elections, Saitabao Ole Kanchori. And the conversation we've been having here for the last 1 hour has been about this whole issue of agents and, you know, whether they were paid or not. And a lot of information is coming out. You just need to be very intelligent for yourself to decipher. But one thing is being asked here by Mohammed Murunga. I must get that book. That is your book, Saitabao. Where can Murunga get it?
The book is right now you can find it at Nuria Bookstore. Nuria Bookstore is just here in Nairobi. You can also find it on Amazon for those who are not in the country. You can find it. Nuria is the one that is the main distributor of the book now.
Okay. All right. I want us to talk about 2027 because that is also very important, and because you have really dismissed the current IEBC. But before we get to that, there's a question because we need to conclude the maneno agents once and for all. In terms of how much is an agent paid? How much did Azimio plan to pay their agents?
Yeah, so we had agreed to pay our agents, a token. Basically, the agents are not paid because they are all loyalists.
Yes.
Agents are just like me.
Yeah.
I was just an agent, but at the national level. They are diehards. They are people who in their hearts, they were willing to do it even for free.
They believe
a lot of the agents actually even spend their money campaigning for Baba.
All right.
But we had agreed because the election day, we needed them to be able to get to the polling station and so on and so forth. We had agreed to pay them 3,000 shillings each. So if you do the maths of about 120,000, you're coming to about 300 and something million for agents alone. Now, there are other undertakings during the election day that coordinators also needed to have some money to move around from the wards to the constituencies to the counties. We needed people to come to Nairobi to bring the forms and so on. So the figure that you're hearing of about 500 million is roughly what would have been needed to run the issue of agents on election day.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Lastly, also in terms of some of these individuals that have been mentioned, from Professor Makau to CS Mosheru to Honorable Junet, even after the elections and even after things, after you guys as Azimio realized that wameharibu mambo yenu, you guys were still very friendly with them. Junet is currently minority leader. Professor Makau is currently an advisor to the president. All this, I would believe, at the behest of the late former Prime Minister.
Yes, I have said in the past, it's also even in my book,
yes,
that Baba, may God rest his wonderful soul in eternal peace. And this week was his birthday. If you allow me, after the show, I'll do something special for him.
Sure.
Something I've never done and maybe will never do again. I will sing for Baba.
Trust me, I will allow you.
And I don't sing, usually. Yeah?
Yeah.
But Baba had a very poor... what do you call it? Remuneration mechanism. In terms of compensating, the word I'm looking for is, Baba kept the people who betrayed him constantly very close. He had a very poor reward system. That's what I was looking for. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay.
He had a very poor and almost like topsy-turvy reward system. Lopsided reward system. Thank you, City. I like people who have big words.
Alikuwa mwalimu wa Kiingereza yule.
He did. And you've heard it with Wafula Buke, you've heard it. All the people who are very loyal to Baba, like Saitabao Kanchori. Baba did not have a reward system to maintain those people.
Okay.
But the people who betrayed him, for some reason, I have never understood.
Were being appreciated more.
More and more, constantly. Constantly Baba was always rewarding the people who betrayed him.
Is it because he was a pragmatic leader?
And I have said I have said that the hyenas, after when this broad-based thing,
Yes.
Baba thought he could tame. He was a hyena whisperer.
Yes.
He thought he could be a hyena whisperer. These hyenas that Baba tamed are the ones who destroyed his legacy and took him to this animal called broad-based.
Yeah.
Where eventually what happened.
Okay.
So Baba thought he could tame hyenas, but hyenas are untamable. They are wild creatures.
Yeah. In terms of, if the agent situation had been taken care of, they have been paid, well coordinated, do you think that alone could have given Azimio the win it was looking for?
100%.
Yeah?
100%. The reason that we took so long in Bomas is because it is not easy even for IBC to bungle an election if you have a very solid
agent
team as agents. IBC had to take so long to try and balance the figures to ensure that William Ruto gets a slight win of 50% plus 1.
You're saying the math wasn't mathing?
The math was not, because an election, I can tell you, an election in Kenya should not take more than 2-3 days to announce. We took 6.5 days. We nearly finished the 7 days. There was almost a crisis because they were now trying to this one. And you heard even some of the announcements. These things were done in the public. Announcements here in, I think, was it Ruiru or wherever? What is being announced does not make sense. Because there is never a perfect lie.
Yeah.
And there is never a perfect crime. And an election theft is a crime. But there is never a perfect one. So if you follow the paper trail, you will still see, the signs of what they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, because the management, the election was bungled from the Azimio side, it became very difficult to call it out.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
There's something.
Paul.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Paul. Please explain what you mean, because when you say it was difficult to call it out, what would prevent you from calling it out if Azimio had bungled their own election?
Now, let me explain it in detail in terms of what exactly happened.
Yes.
So when we were in Bomas, the ideal situation, if our agents management system was working, my team at the command center would have brought me the actual Form 34As. Yes, from the polling stations. They would have brought them to Bomas.
Who are the signatories to this form at the polling station?
At the polling station is the agents and the presiding officers.
Yes.
Yeah, there's the presiding officer, the agents for all the parties.
Which means that you are in a position, you have a list of agents, you can actually verify, if you want to be detailed, whether the person who was signed as your agent at that particular point is the same person you have on your list.
Correct. Now, you see, if we had a system that worked,
yes,
I would have had, and this was something we had planned, and even we did a dry run of what will happen. So every constituency, we had a chief agent, a lawyer, very dedicated people in every constituency in Kenya, 290 of them, where they would bring to us, they will collect all the forms from the constituency, put them in a folder. This folder will be written Suna East. And that form will have all it will have the tally for that constituency, which is the results of the constituency, and it will have the forms. We will have the forms one by one in the order they come. When IBC comes with theirs, we would have ours and then compare it with theirs. Now, we did not have a system where ours came because the command center messed up.
Okay.
So now we only had IBC give us. We were comparing what IBC had with what IBC had.
Okay.
Now, interestingly, when IBC now realized that even that process was not going to deliver what the results that they wanted, they changed the format. I think on the 13th of August, they changed the format where the returning officers were coming with forms, and we will be the first ones to receive the forms as agents. And then we will look at the forms and compare whether the ones that they have brought and the ones that IBC has printed from the portal are matching. Then we would, now after we have verified, they will go to Chebukati
yes,
and his team. When Chebukati saw that that process was still eventually not going to give us the marks that he wanted, he changed. He said, now this thing is taking too long. The forms have to come to me first, and then I will bring them to you. That is where now all the mess in terms of IEBC itself,
right?
Because they ensured that some maths had to balance.
Yeah.
And I protested. When that happened, I protested and I called Baba, and I told him, these people now, and we are no longer even verifying, even with the situation that we are in, because by that time even Baba knew that there was a problem with the agents. The election was over. It was an issue of just tallying.
Yeah.
So I told him, now we have a bigger problem, because IEBC is not even allowing us to get the results directly from the returning officers.
Right.
They want the results to come from the returning officers to them. I told him, this is where now the games will be played, and we have no way of telling, because they could be having other forms there and the returning officer. And this is actually what happened from what the information we were given by some of the returning officers.
Yes.
So the returning officers will give Chebukati the forms. Chebukati will take the forms and put them down and remove the ones he has.
Replace them.
Remove the ones he has, put them there, give them to us. So these are games that were played by that time. And when I told Baba, and this is something I should actually say here, I told him, I believe we should walk out from this exercise, because we are only here now to validate
that kind of behavior.
We are validating what IBC, the chicanery of IBC. And I told him my advice, and I told him, Baba, I am advising you now.
Yes.
Please, let us walk out of this, because if we stay here, we are validating. Our business is not to validate results. Our business is to verify. Baba told me, okay, give me a few minutes. He called me after about 3 minutes. To me, said, no, it's okay. Just continue. Just continue.
Okay.
When Baba says continue, what do you do?
You continue.
You continue.
You continue. I mean, Baba akisema amesema. Something Junet said recently in some rally somewhere, I don't know if it's recent or a bit old, but he said that Uhuru couldn't hand Azimio the presidency, yet he had the instruments of power. So he mentioned the military, he mentioned the police and so on and so forth. And he said, angetaka, angewapatia. Is it possible that perhaps Azimio and their supporters were very relaxed because walijua, after all, Uhuru is the president, Baba is his BFF, hii kitu ni yetu tayari. So because we saw even in some areas, voters in places where Azimio had a lot of support, some areas of course, voters didn't really turn out. So is it possible that Azimio mulijua hii kitu ni yenu?
You know, it is very disingenuous for Junet to say that, and very hypocritical. I would say that, Junet should not talk about these things. I cautioned him, even before I pulled out the gun from my holster. I had told him, please keep quiet on this thing, because this thing will swallow you alive. Don't open a can of worms that will eat you alive. And I think I want to warn him again. 2022 is a no-go zone for him. Because the person who cost Raila Odinga the 2022 election is none other than Junet Mohammed, also known as Junet Sheikh Nur.
Okay.
Uhuru Kenyatta could not have managed for us the agents. We are even now told he gave us money for the agents. What more was he supposed to do? As president, he could not have come to manage agents for us. That was our work.
Yeah, but then he brought in Musheru, didn't he?
Now, he brought in Musheru.
Musheru was
but
this person.
Correct. Good point, City. But we had the power to overrule Musheru because the candidate was ours. And when I raised that, I was told, you cannot. This is the CS. This is our partners. We could have called it out if we had a unity of purpose. As the Baba, the people who meant well for Baba, we would have overruled anything that the Jubilee side wanted to push to us.
All right.
And I believe, because Muhoho Kenyatta, for example. Muhoho Kenyatta was getting information also from Junet. So he some of the complaints we had even against Musheru, he will listen, but when Junet says it's okay, then who else do you trust more than Junet about Raila? So even Muhoho, if Junet told Muhoho, I think this issue of Musheru is not looking very good.
Okay.
Let's find a way to get an alternative IT person.
Yes.
At that moment in time, I believe Muhoho will have taken the decision to replace even Musheru.
All right.
But Junet was a chief defender, and together with Makau Mutua of CS Musheru.
All right.
So I think Junet, again, I think he should keep quiet.
Paul, the proclamations that politicians make must be seen as proclamations that politicians make. It is a perspective. It probably has absolutely no bearing on any truth or reality. Has anybody ever explained to you how an immediate outgoing president can give somebody else a presidency?
Of course, rigging the elections for them.
No, listen.
That is what I understood. Yes.
Uhuru Kenyatta was a deputy prime minister in 2013.
Right.
2012, before 2013. He was a president in 2017.
Yes.
But he still needed agents. He did not win, even as deputy prime minister, without agents. He did not win, or whatever he did in 2017, without agents. So you cannot say because we have government, we can sabotage our agents system. That is that cannot work.
Okay.
There's something I want to ask.
Sure.
You know the weight of this discussion we're having must have comments. What are people saying?
Come again?
What are people saying?
Oh,
the
comments.
Listening. What are people saying?
There's a couple of some are fighting, so I'll ignore the fights.
Why?
Don't ignore anything.
No,
we are democratic.
They are fighting each other. But I'll read something here. One of the last comments here. He says, now that is you. He says, Baba akisema amesema, yet he blames Junet. It is clear that he has personal issues with Junet.
I have no personal issues with Junet.
That is one comment. I want you to read more. There's a reason why I'm telling you to read more.
Opposition people have identified that they can't make Ruto one term because of the ODM support. So they sat down and identified several pillars of ODM, including Junet, Wanga, Mbadi, and others. Junet has failed to defend himself. I hope Junet and all those mentioned will come out to defend themselves in person rather than use proxies. This is a serious accusation. Raila contested elections 4 times before that. Why haven't we ever heard of this kind of stories before? Raila Odinga was the candidate, not Junet. Pwani Economic Revolution asema with only 30% of the letters required to be accredited as an agent by IEBC dispatched, who was to paid had the paymaster been ready to pay? I don't think I understand this question. So, but anyway, he says there's a narrative being negotiated for acceptance here. Yeah, so on and on and on. So, like I've said, zingine ni vita.
Let me explain to you why I'm saying this. You see, our presidential elections are always contentious.
Yes.
The only time we have not had a contentious presidential election was 2002. People said, nobody said yes, you. Anything thereafter
is a problem.
There always is a problem. If it isn't this, it is this. If it isn't this, there's this. It's like you have a narrative, then there's a sub-narrative, and below that sub-narrative, there's another narrative. It's like there are very many things that seem to be functioning and moving at the same time. Some contradict, some complement, and the players seem to be involved in a lot of double speak. So you're never really sure what is happening. When the outcome then comes into being, and you use as a citizen, the only thing you have is following the results as it unfolded. You realize, there's certain things that don't seem to add up.
Yeah.
Okay? Because somebody who was intrinsically involved in that process is speaking. That is why I wanted these comments. Because we've never had a situation like this. We've never. Where somebody's actually saying, look, I was there, this was my job. And this is what I saw. In the time you've been in this line of business,
yes,
have you ever had a situation where you're discussing this particular subject from this perspective?
Nope,
precisely.
not at all.
Now, the public who listen to us, we also need to give them an opportunity for others to hear what it is that they're thinking about what we're saying. And then we can continue.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, like I said,
and City, City, you know, the reason that the 2002 elections were not contentious, there is a reason, and it's a very fundamental reason. The 2002 elections were managed by a process that was credible. You remember the Ufungamano group?
Yes.
That eventually ended up with the Kivuitu Commission.
Yes.
The original Kivuitu Commission.
Yes.
That was a process that all stakeholders they said we must get a commission. That time it was called ECK.
Yes.
That is credible. And they refused Moi's stories of trying to put people against the will of the people. And that is what delivered. It is not the margins. People think sometimes, Kibaki had a very good margin. In an election where the IBC is not credible, is not does not run a transparent process, you can always, someone can get 67%, another one gets 34%. You just convert like this, and it will go. Especially with these other shenanigans that happen.
Yeah.
And then also in 2002, we didn't have Junet. Sorry, but I'm just joking. That's on a lighter note. On a lighter note.
But you're right either way.
Yeah, we didn't have internal sabotage, right? We didn't have internal sabotage.
Yeah.
But elections in this country have been perpetually contentious, and we really need to come to a place where we overcome that.
Okay.
Because we have to move forward as a country. This is a beautiful country.
Yeah.
We have to move forward.
Kili, there are those who have expressed the opinion I'm about to state, that when you say the things you say, UNET has said these things, Sifuna has said certain things, many people have said certain things, and they're all within ODM. That ODM is imploding. What do you have to say about this?
It's not an implosion as such. I think it is a realignment, because we were all aligned, when Baba was there, we were aligned to him. He was the center. He held. He held to the rest of us. Some of us refused even to be held when he went to the broad-based government. Some of us, and many of us, actually now pull back. A lot of the Kenyans, especially the membership of ODM in the grassroots, never followed Baba and these experts or whatever these guys did to the broad-based. And for the first time, because Baba knew that decision was very unpopular. He had his reasons, but he knew it was a very unpopular decision. He did not, for the first time in his life, he did not try a grassroots approach to it.
He did not.
He did not. Baba is one person who always started a decision from the grassroots. Before, even like if you remember in 2021, he had Azimio of Kajiado, Azimio of Narok, Azimio of Makueni, Azimio of all these places, Azimio of Mombasa, just to tell them, what do you guys think? Should I go for it, or should I? What do you think? Before I go for it, what are your issues? Now, this broad-based thing, Baba never took it to the grassroots because he knew, for two reasons. I'll give you the reasons. One, he knew it was very unpopular because the Ruto government, especially at the time, and even perpetually, is a very unpopular government. And at that time, remember, it was at a time when the government was killing young people who were just demanding a better country. The young people who died in 2024 were demanding a Singapore, or were demanding a Kenya that is better even than Singapore. But what did they do to them? They killed them. Those young people, and the rest of the country, the mood of the country at the time was, no, you cannot negotiate with Ruto. Baba went to a funeral in Kakamega, I think it was, and he was told in no uncertain terms, no handshake. Apana wachana na mtu kama atazama azame. And he knew it was very unpopular. So that is why he did not go to the grassroots, because he knew it would backfire. But the other reason, and this is equally important, that he didn't take that unpopular decision to the people is because he didn't want the people to follow him. Because he knew he will leave the people there, and then he will come back and tell the people the way forward. He knew he will come back and say, "Si mtu tulijaribu kusaidia, hii mtu asaidiki." And Baba, he was a politician par excellence. In terms of politics, you could not beat him. So he had his own plan. Now, the issue of the party, so that I don't avoid that question. There is no implosion. What there is your factions. There is one faction that is trying to sell the party to the highest bidder. Okay? That faction they try to be very noisy. I think right now we have managed to keep them a bit quiet. They were very noisy just a few weeks ago. Very noisy. I think the noise, they may not have, their voices have been a bit dimmed now.
Okay.
And we will continue to do it. So that because those people had already been paid a deposit for selling ODM, they were now trying to deliver to their paymaster. So there is also the bigger group.
Wakili.
The bigger group.
You do know I'm going to tell you that you can't substantiate what you've just said.
The bigger group. You don't have to there's a guy called Jean-Marie Sironé.
Yes.
Jean-Marie Sironé was a deputy speaker.
Yes, he was.
In the National Assembly. And when Shikuku said that Kanu is dead, I think that is what he said. Some people jumped up and said that he needs to substantiate.
Yes, they did.
And Jean-Marie Sironé, who was sitting as speaker at the time, said, how do you ask someone to substantiate the obvious? so CT, why do you want me to substantiate the obvious? That people who are auctioneers and brokers have taken money from the highest bidder and they are trying to sell ODM to that highest bidder is obvious. I don't even have to substantiate it. But the pull and push.
I see, Wakili, that you yourself are also a politician. Yes, because that is a politician's statement. But please continue.
Yeah, so what you're seeing in ODM is those guys who want the party to go with William Ruto are trying to push in one direction, and the people who want the party to remain where Baba really belonged, with the people, are pulling in the other direction. So it's a tug of war. And I can tell you, those of us who are saying ODM stands for what William Ruto does not are the majority. In the tug of war, we are going to pull these guys, we are going to to clean the floor with them in a way that they have never believed. Because the people, one of the reasons that you hear even Sifuna and Orengo and Caleb Hamisi and others who are joining now, maintaining that William Ruto is not an option, is because they know what the people are saying on the ground.
Yeah.
The people on the ground have never accepted this broad-based dalliance or unholy alliance.
People usually ask this question, and I'm sure you've been asked somewhere. What exactly was Baba's plan with this party as far as your coalition in the broad-based government is concerned? I know, for example, in the beginning you said that the idea was deal with the president rather up until 2027, then from there mambo iendelee. I have seen a clip where a few days before Baba passed on, where he said let nobody commit I want to call it a club, the chama, to anything that we have not agreed. Of course, I'm paraphrasing here. So what exactly is what is ODM? Was ODM Baba, and now that Baba is no longer there is no ODM? Has ODM taken a different persona in the name of now Dr. Oburu? What is the direction ODM is taking?
Now the direction, first let's start with what Baba, I think Baba actually made it clear, because sometimes it is easy for people to say, oh, Baba said we are going to support William Ruto.
Yes.
But Baba was clear that he came to save the country. What, in his view, he considered saving the country because of the crisis of 2024. And he said, we will do it only up to 2027. Now, Baba signed a 10-point agenda with William Ruto. The 10-point agenda is signed by Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Not even by the other people. It was the principles. The 10-point agenda were things that Baba wanted William Ruto to deliver.
Yes.
And that 10-point agenda expires in March 2026. So
you mean 2 months from now?
Yes.
Okay.
2 months from now.
All right.
The way I see it, the broad-based arrangement in the mind of Baba was a temporary arrangement. And he made it clear in his last public address in Manzoni. He told them, and you could hear his tone, he was actually angry when he started saying, who told you?
Yeah.
If you understand Raila Odinga, you need to listen not just to his words, but his tone.
Body language and all.
Body language and the tone of his voice. He was actually angry because at that time, especially this CS Mbadi and CS Wandai were getting overzealous. They are the ones he was addressing.
Okay.
And he was telling them, who told you that we are going to support, we are not going to have our own candidate? Because that time they will go to these public rallies and say, we are two-term. They started that two-term thing, which is something Raila Odinga never said.
Okay.
He never said anything about two-term. Of course, he didn't also say anything about one term because Baba was too clever to get involved in that kind
Sloganeering.
of sloganeering.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to know the direction that Baba wanted for the country, you need to understand who Baba is, first of all. Why did he come in to save the situation? He was doing it for the country. He would not have. Why did he have the 10-point agenda? To try and make sure that William Ruto does not mess things too much. But he knew, because of the genetic DNA of William Ruto is such that he will not run a proper thing. He will mismanage things. So he knew with whatever that they agree, he will still need to come and, William Ruto will still mess up and Baba will still have to come and try to correct things. So in 2027, Baba, I am sure, was coming to say, you guys, risasi bado imebaki moja tu, kwa sababu hii watu tulisaidia, and he would have been the savior.
Yeah.
Everybody would have still aligned behind him. And of course, it would have been the end of William Ruto.
Okay.
Now, if you follow the whole thing, as soon as Baba,
the end of William Ruto's presidency,
yes,
not the end of William Ruto.
Presidency, presidency, of course. William Ruto, it is God who knows all of us, our end, and we pray that he lives long. Yeah. So, if you want to now see when these people who are now talking about William Ruto in 2027, none of them could have said the things they are saying now when Baba was alive. That's how you know what Baba wanted. Because why were they not saying these things when Baba was there?
Is it possible that then, because of Baba's maybe age, then deteriorating health, that they were trying to usurp his authority in one way or another, thinking that, right now, Ujamana story mengi, so we can,
Mbuvi, who told you that Baba's health was deteriorating? You saw Baba in public.
Yes.
He was as strong as could be. Baba his health never deteriorated even one day.
Okay.
Yeah, our party leader now, Senator Oburu Odinga, who is just 2 years older than Raila Odinga, is looking much more frail than Baba looked when he was, when he was alive.
Okay.
So Baba's health never deteriorated.
All right.
I have said in the past, I am not satisfied with the reasons that we were given concerning Baba's death.
Okay.
I have called, and I will call it again, I have called for a public inquest into Raila Odinga's death. Because when someone dies suddenly, especially in a position that Baba held, and this is a public figure, we all need to have information. If you follow that whole saga very closely, even Mama Ida told us that Baba was okay. She was not lying. If Baba was not okay, she would have gone with him.
This was not just playing politics.
She was not playing politics.
Okay.
Yeah, so when now Baba goes and comes back in a casket, and we are not really, no information is put out, credible information, to be told that this is what happened. We need to see whatever it is that need to be, the post-mortem reports. We need the people who are with him to publicly testify. A public inquest is provided for in our laws, and it is not provided necessarily to accuse anybody.
Yeah.
It is provided so that there can, when a death is not fully clear, that death can be publicly investigated.
Right.
And the people can be satisfied.
Yeah.
That there was no foul play.
All right.
I still insist.
And something needs to be done in that regard.
Yes, we still need an explanation so that we can put the matter fully to rest.
I've had conversations here with political allies of Azimio and even political foes of Azimio, and one thing that comes out very clearly is that the person that is President William Ruto as a person is a great planner, especially when it comes to things such as elections, politics, to be specific. He knows how to, he knows where to, finya, mahali pa kuachilia, mahali pa kusukuma, mahali pa kuvuruta. And especially during these recent by-elections that were held all over the, in the 22, I think, election positions that we had, one thing that came out clear is that things were planned better than even his rivals, and that is how he probably was able to manage the wins that he won in the particular places that he had influence over. And it is also backtracked to 2022 that the level of organization of UDA and Kenya Kwanza as an outfit was better than that of Azimio, and we have seen that through some of the things that you've said here. Is it possible that he is just the smarter politician, and even what is happening to ODM right now and Azimio as an outfit is because of that level of precision of planning and strategy?
Yeah, strategy.
Yes.
So William Ruto has been described as a strategist.
Yes.
A good planner. A good many things. I don't dispute that he can plan things, but it is a bit curious when you look at William Ruto. He's very good at planning things that involve something that has to be a bit crooked. You know, there are people who are geniuses, but they are wicked geniuses. So when you tell them to do the right thing, they have no formula.
Okay.
But when something there is a crooked thing that can be done, you cannot beat them. Because if William Ruto was a very good planner, William Ruto is a good planner in planning election strategy in Kenya, because he knows the weaknesses in our electoral process and he knows how to exploit them. If the Kenyan electoral system had no inherent weaknesses, William Ruto will be a sitting duck, because then he doesn't know how to plan on the basis of just things that are straight and narrow. Okay, and if you want to know that my statement is correct, he won the election by whatever means that he won it. Now he has a country to plan, to manage, strategize on how Kenya can come out from where we are to the next level. But look at the mess that we witness every day that this government is taking us through.
Perhaps this is the mad genius at work.
The mad genius at work, but is creating a mad world. You know, he is, the first cabinet that William Ruto appointed. You know, you look at the people appointed to very critical positions, and you are like, what is going on? How is this one going to do this job? You know, you look at another one, you are like, I talked to Baba immediately. That cabinet was appointed. Baba laughed. He told me, these guys are clowns. These people are clowns. And he said, and it was very prophetic, they will fail. What happened? The Gen Z came and they had to disband that cabinet.
Okay.
They reappointed. By the way, I'm in court against them. I'm in court against
against who?
I'm in court against the broad-based government.
Okay.
And we're expecting, we are at an advanced stage of that matter. Because the broad-based government is a bastardization of our democratic principles. It is a cannibalization of our multi-party democracy. It is unconstitutional. It is null and void. The broad-based government is an unholy alliance, even in the eyes of our constitution. William Ruto, was on record very eloquently bastardizing the handshake government, calling it illegal, unconstitutional, and many other things. He was right. The handshake government was also not supposed to, the opposition is never supposed to legally work with government in the way that these people are trying to do. Because everyone has their role. The government is there to do the executive work of running a country. The opposition is there through parliament and through the leaders of the opposition to check the executive. You cannot have now a situation where you bring the opposition into government, destroying our constitution, because our constitution is it is specifically, expressly, if you look at Article 4 of the Constitution, it expressly states that Kenya is a democratic multi-party state. Kenya is a democratic
multi-party state.
A democracy cannot work without an opposition. A multi-party cannot work without an opposition. So you cannot have a system where you are cannibalizing the opposition and you're saying you're running a constitutional government.
May I ask a question? If you are a democratic
multi-party,
you have a multi-party democracy, and you have a crisis. No, let me revise. If you are what I've said we are supposed to be, is there any situation that is envisioned where the opposition might actually lend the government support? Is there anything that is envisioned?
100%. There is something called bipartisanship. Bipartisanship is a temporary arrangement on issues. on issues where you can have a situation where the aisles cross on certain issues, where people now don't look at where I sit in parliament, and on certain issues you can agree. But you cannot have a situation where the leader of minority, who is a constitutional office holder, is appointed into government. It is like now in the UK, the leader of the opposition.
Or let's say the Labour Party,
yes,
as opposed to what was that party of theirs called?
The Labour, and there is the Tories.
Yes,
yes,
exactly.
The Tories.
Yes, the Conservative Party.
The Conservative Party. That is the Tories. So imagine a situation where right now it is Starmer. And his opponent on the other side, he just tells you come and take a position in my government. That thing will the whole system then collapses. There is no government because government is not complete without the two.
There's a reason why I asked the question. I'm going back to the question that Mbuvi asked. When the government of William Ruto took power, one of the things that they kept saying, repeatedly, annoyingly so, was that they found empty coffers. The government is not a bank, so we know it collects money every day. So we do not expect the coffers to be full. The money comes in, it is utilized. As a layman, that's what I understand.
Correct.
However, from everything that I have observed, now this is me observing, the country that William Ruto inherited had mega inherent issues with regards to the money that was available for everyday use. For one simple reason, we started paying debts that the previous government Uhuru did not have to pay. Now, if you are paying debts on a yearly basis that are $1 billion plus, and we know exactly what we collect. We collect around 2-point-something trillion. And you're paying 1-point-something trillion towards a debt repayment. That arithmetic clearly tells you that you are juggling thin air, because you are not going to be able to meet the demands, especially when you have a parliament like the one we have, which has given you a budget of 3-point-something trillion, which is even more than what we actually collect in terms of revenue before you deduct whatever it is that we are using for repayment. This, in my estimate, would point to a crisis bigger than anything that anybody could talk about, because the government seem to have been in a position where they are not going to meet the obligation. And this one is when I have not included all what we refer to giving monkeys a bad name, the monkey business that people get involved in. Now, if you throw that in, the problem now becomes even more potent.
Correct. Now, the financial management of this country right now is, the good thing is that we have some kind of systems and institutions in this country. We have the control of budget, we have the Auditor General, and we are getting reports from official sources, the Auditor General, the Controller of Budget, and they are telling us, there was money that was carried in cash from the Treasury. I don't know how many billions or whatever it was. You guys have been reporting these things. Now, we have never seen in the history of this country, corruption is not a new thing in Kenya. Corruption is not a new thing. We cannot say that William Ruto invented corruption in Kenya. He found it. However, William Ruto has escalated the problem beyond belief. When they say they found empty coffers, my own belief is that they are the ones who emptied the coffers.
Then found them.
Sorry?
They came in, emptied them,
they
then
emptied,
went out and then found them empty.
Because that is how they are running this government even now. We have the kind of corruption that is almost unimaginable. We have always had corruption. But the kind of corruption that we are witnessing now, and these are official government sources saying that this is what is happening, there's no time even in...
It's
mind-boggling. And this is the kind of problems that some of us have with William Ruto. Because you cannot deliver a first world economy by emptying the coffers and taking the money and putting the money in your pocket. You cannot take Kenya to where Kenya needs to be by lying to us and while you're stealing from us. You cannot do that. We have a system now of cronyism and tribalism where they have set a clique. There was a book by Wrong, the one, this...
She's called Michaela Wrong.
Michaela Wrong. Michaela Wrong wrote a book together with John Gidongo. It's Our Turn to Eat.
Yes.
Now, Our Turn to Eat was Kibaki time. The eating has always been there. There are people now who, there's a new book that should be written. Is our turn to feast. Now they are not eating. They are feasting. While Kenyans are fasting and starving, there is a small clique that is feasting. And the kind of corruption that you see, there are people in this town, who every big project, they say they wanakula steak. That's a language now, if you have not heard it.
No, I haven't. I'm actually hearing it for the first time.
For the first time?
Yes.
Wanakula steak. What does that mean? They take their cut.
They have a tax on that particular
They take
project.
their cut, 30%.
Ouch.
Before even, and then they assign the job to a Somali guy here or another guy there. Wewe enda ngangana na hizi mifupa. Because that's why they say they wanakula steak. Because they have taken the meat, they give you the bones. Go and struggle with it. When you're paid, it's okay. If you're not paid, it's your business. They've already taken their money. And they sell this. They get a project from Kenya, from Kera, from wherever. They sell it to these contractors, and the contractors pay upfront. And you see, that is the kind of economy we have now. It is a ridiculous country.
So if the project is going to cost 3 billion, you want to tell me 30% of that is 1 billion. So I give 1 billion in advance.
That is what they demand. If you don't want it, you will never get it. And that's why even the delivery is very poor. You can see, people are asking, we have collected how much money in this country now in terms of taxes and in terms of debts we have borrowed. A government that came in office saying they will not borrow. They have borrowed. They found the treasury they found us with about 12 trillion or 10 trillion debt. We are now close to exhausting our debt to GDP ratio. Is exhausted. They have borrowed an extra close to 6 trillion in 2 years. Just in 2 years. And taxing Kenyans like you can't, like nobody's business. You can't believe. The businesses are closing in this country.
Yeah.
Because you cannot run a business with the kind of taxation the kind of tax regime that we have. Winston Churchill said, taxing a country to prosperity is like getting into a bucket and trying to lift yourself up. That's what William Ruto is doing. He's in a bucket and he's trying to lift himself up. It can never happen.
Yeah.
So William Ruto will not succeed in running the country because his business is not governance. His business is opulence.
Okay.
And I don't know when he will have enough. Because I would assume from the time he came from home and to this city, he has done enough for you. He has done very well for himself. I would have expected that he would say, this is enough, let me now work for Kenya.
Yeah.
Kenya has done very well for him. It has done very well for him.
Okay.
He needs to now start working for this country. He needs to forget about William Ruto for once.
Can I ask
they say human beings are the only animal that when you feed them, the more you feed them, the more their appetite goes up. But the appetite keeps going up.
It is true. I share the view that a lot of money is misappropriated. But because I do not know of any MP who has been taken to court for stealing, every time the Auditor General talks about certain audit queries, which in essence points to this very thing we are saying, Parliament, which is supposed to do something about these things, or the Senate, there's some conversation we hear of, but the only time the governors are taken to task is by the Assembly, who want them out for whatever reason that they choose. I am persuaded thus. When I look at how this particular government has run the country, I am convinced to come to this conclusion that I probably did not know how a country ought to be run, and I'm beginning to understand it now. And I'm going to explain to you why I'm saying this. During the Kibaki era, and it's a good reference point. No, let me start with Moi. The Bretton Woods institution refused to give Moi money at some point because of issues that they thought were governance issues or the absence of them. The country did not collapse.
No. People are still being paid.
Yes, in
Civil
fact,
servants were still
oddly
being paid.
enough, we actually grew as an economy. I know there are those, that's why the revisionist issue came up. They don't talk about it, but we didn't collapse. There were still problems here and there, but many of those shortages even, there are those who say they were instigated because profiting with. In the Kibaki era, Kibaki took it even a step further. There was a very small amount, say like 5%, that we would borrow. It was clear. So now that's discipline. Uhuru government comes in, finds certain things have been shaped. The runaway borrowing began then.
That is the time. The rain started to beat us.
And
exactly
they borrowed and they borrowed and they borrowed and they borrowed. And questions were being asked, why are we borrowing commercial loans? These things are going to kill us. Because the amounts are horrendous that we are borrowing. That is what this government inherited. But they didn't seem to have learned from the previous government. They talked about us living within our means, but everything that they have done does not indicate, or it is us who are supposed to live within our means, but those who are in positions of authority and leadership should not live within those means. Let me explain why. Because as we like saying, I'm landing it.
Actually, we are following.
Lawyers use that a lot more than the rest of us.
Yeah. We are following.
My problem is not with the national government. My problem is with the county governments. Because the division of spoils that goes to the county governments represents the entirety of the country and where what we call economic growth should stem from. But the leadership that we have seen from the time of promulgation of the constitution is that it doesn't matter who we elect, bar a few individuals here and there. The vast majority of these people don't seem to have a clue what to do. But the thing they seem to know how to do is to mismanage whatever resources we have.
Correct.
So the growth that we speak of is almost never going to happen so long as what we have pertains.
Of course. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
You know, City, that's a very good account of what the situation we are in. You know, it's not rocket science. You cannot, even if you are running a small dairy business,
Yes.
you are here with a small, you have a small dairy business. You're not feeding the cows. Yeah, you're not feeding the cows, which is now the economy, and ensuring that there is a healthy business environment. You are milking the cow. The cow is getting thinner and thinner. You want more milk. You finish when the cow is not producing the milk, you slaughter it. You know, at the end of the day, you're going to close that small business. Correct?
Yeah.
It's common sense. That is what these people are doing to this country. They are basically the Uhuru. You know, there is a saying that Moi gave us milk. Yeah. Kibaki taught us how to milk. Uhuru milked us.
And what do they say of this government?
Now Ruto, sasa sisi si ni ng'ombe. Now Ruto, instead of alifata tukikamuliwa na Uhuru, akamua atuchinje. Now he has decided to eat the cow.
Yeah.
He has decided to eat the cow. That's what he's doing. It's a bit ridiculous. So the problem is not, we can laugh, but the problem is bigger, because you cannot run a country through this kind of financial misapplication and inappropriation. What is the word? Misappropriation.
Yes.
You cannot run a country by stealing from it. You know, South Sudan is a good example. South Sudan, when it was formed as a country, had a very robust economy. Extremely robust. You know, the South Sudanese pound at the time was stronger, the strongest in Africa. The South Sudanese pound in 2010, I think, or thereabout, was the strongest currency in Africa. What did they do? These guys, in this town, if you heard that there's a Sudanese buying property, you knew it was going to be cash in dollars, and you knew they would pay even 2 times the price, and they were buying everything in this town. In a few years, even apart from the civil war that has happened there, today South Sudan is the last country in the world in terms of GDP. Their currency is trash. A country cannot survive. Again, this is internal sabotage. If the people managing the country are the ones plundering it, it cannot survive. You cannot have a country where those in charge of the coffers are taking everything out and leaving the country dry, and then they still expect the country to grow. If you go to Dubai today, Kenyans are talked of in Dubai the way we used to talk about Sudanese here a few years ago. When you hear it is a Kenyan buying a property in Dubai and you're an emirate, you knew Kenyans are good payers.
Unajua umeomoka.
That is in Dubai. We have gotten a reputation as a country that people are very liquid.
Okay.
Here at home is a crying shame. It's a sad state of
Can I
affairs.
read a comment that one of our listeners has just made before we end? This is what this listener said. Very sad listening to those ODM people. May they never see peace. Bure kabisa. Bringing childish games and playing with the dreams and aspirations of millions of Kenyans. That is on the subject that you are.
I agree. Yes. I agree. It's a crime. It's a crying shame. A crying shame. It's a pity.
Wakili, we've come to the end of the show, but you did promise that you will do something for the late Raila Odinga. This is your opportunity, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. It was Baba's birthday this week.
Yes.
We celebrated his birthday posthumously. Baba loved this song. I'm a very poor singer. You'll forgive me, Buvi, and the listeners.
Don't worry. Sing
but I will do it for Baba.
Sing off tune.
I will sing off tune. It's the first time I'm doing this, and it's the last time perhaps.
Yes.
But I'll sing Harry Belafonte's Jamaica Welfare.
Sure.
So down the way where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way, won't be back for many a day. My head is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Bondo town.
Thank you so much. When you want to open up, when you want to start singing officially, tuko na studio hapa noma sana.
Nikuje for lessons.
Kuja tukufungulie studio. But thank you so much, Wakili, for coming.
Asante.
Thank you also for that tribute to Baba.
Yeah.
But most importantly, thank you for having a conversation with us for the very first time here. And we invite you back. Kindly make time and let's continue having this conversation for the sake of the country.
Absolutely.
Now tulete wale wengine ambao wako na similar sentiments. Tungependa to pick your brains a little bit.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, as far as this country is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the show. See you on Monday bright and early. But before we leave, let me let you know that kutakuwa na two ladies coming through in the next few minutes. I'm talking about Rania Abdi and Lady Mathai with an awesome show called The Retro Box. As for myself and City, siwambie kwa heri.
Kwa heri ni?
Haya, tuonane Monday mapema.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Professionals within the construction industry are now calling for a speedy investigation into the South Sea building collapse. They say those who approved the additional floors